it lives below. Breathes the flames from the dying suns, and lives to wake the dying ones. The dying
eraser, aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like wow, 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 말할래. 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back in this lane. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mess. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
There are no bad teams in this top 8 stage. And we have a tough quarterfinals matchup, but it's kind of just exciting to have the banger straight away. We might as well beat them now.
Somebody just flushed up the wall! That's it, he's dead! I didn't even see it.
我上次跟 Regulus 相遇是18年决赛，后面发生什么？我赢了。
The LPL representatives look even crazier than they did last time.
因为 LPL 队伍之间打的话，就不会出现那种很一边倒的局势，就感觉可以给观众们带来一个更加激烈的 build。
선머에 3대0으로 이겨서 이번에도 좀 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라는 생각은 하지 않고
내전에 대해서는 뭐 그냥 LCK 결승전 때 복수를 하고 싶습니다.
대박! 도망가! 그리고 제키 나오는 위험! 드래곤의 전다운! DRX!
I get these inklings that 2020 might be the revenge of the LCK.
뭐 트위터로만 봐도 뭔가 자신감이 넘쳐 보이는데 되게 재밌더라고요. 근데 그렇게 자신감 있어 하다가 3대0으로 지면은 많이 충격받을 것 같은데 저희가 꼭 그렇게 이기고 싶습니다.
LEC, we end up with 2 second seeds. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but have you seen the #1 seed?
Self-made in trouble is Ruler. Oh my god, the AoE is Shinji! They say no! Oh no, Beyond is gonna get himself away! Oh, Free Sports, man! No mercy! As they back out, they're not put together. You got game plan on the flank, game plan. One big shot, man! Can you do it? Huge! My god! One moment, one shot, one barrel, that's all you need! Shooting! All of Europe felt that gang plank. Not coming in from the side. And look at all that damage. Goodbye, hopes and dreams. DAMWON Gaming just absolutely shredded.
We beat every single team that Korea sent us last year. I think it could happen again. We can beat any of these teams on any day.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
welcome everyone to the opening day of the World's 2020 knockout stage in Shanghai, China. We're getting some wonderful scenic shots. What is the word? Scenic shots. That's a great start, Shocks. I just absolutely nailed that. But we're going to continue, and it's all about the competition. Only 8 teams remain in the fight for the Summoners Cup, and the LCK champions DAMWON are looking for redemption after last year's exit as they face off against DRX, who's also looking for redemption in a rematch of the LCK Summer Finals. I'm Shocks, joined by Ender and Yamato, and I hope you all got some rest because it promises to be some banger matchups in the quarterfinals.
I'm ready. I slept for like 10 hours last night, like a baby, ready for some games to get into today. The quarterfinals, I'm always pumped.
Nice. Do babies sleep well? Do they? Because they cry a lot.
No, actually,
they do cry a lot, don't they?
Really make a lot of sense.
I slept like a cat.
Like a cat. They actually sleep really well and all the time, right? So we'll see. Let's take a look at the bracket because last week we closed out the group stage, followed by the knockout stage draw, which leads to the following matchups. First off, what were your initial thoughts, Yamato, when you saw this draw come out?
No, on my end, I'm just happy we have, for sure, the 8 best teams. I remember last year we didn't have RNG. That left me a little bit bitter, but this time around, we know that these are the best teams possible. Each best of 5 is going to be super, super exciting. I was hoping for some cross-continental matchups, but some of the classics are good too.
Look, I'm still excited for LPL and LCK Autumn. I think that usually when we get into the knockout stage, there's some battles over regional pride, but in this bracket in 2020, it's about regional control between the LPL and the LCK.
That's a good point. I've seen it also on social, people saying, oh, we wanted our LCK, LPL battles earlier. But think about it this way. If we don't get the LEC versus LEC final, which, come on, the chances are slim that that's not going to happen. It's a joke. Then we get at least an LPL versus LCK title fight. And that is just so cool to me with the rise of the LCK, LPL, who's been holding down the Summoners Cup for 2 years now. They're on home soil. The possibility of a DAMWON top final. I mean, there's a lot of cool options here.
Yeah, for sure. I think you have a great point there. You're definitely sending the best team your region has to offer if you make it all the way to the final.
Exactly.
It's like the gauntlet is the test. Who are going to send to represent our region in the final? The bracket is stacked to the bone. All of these matches are going to be super exciting because, you know, even though we've seen them in the past, a lot of things can change within the span of time. We've seen, you know, 1 month can change everything.
And you talk about the span of time going like even more zoomed out. For a long time, it was, you know, LPL versus LCK in those world finals.
Yeah.
Then it was LCK versus LCK. In the last couple of years, it's been LPL versus EU. So it is a bit of a return there potentially with that.
Yes, it is. And if we go outside of kind of the regions and then look at the teams, we have so many interesting stories as well as the players under that. I feel like there's a lot of inspirational and aspirational connections between the players. A lot of players who have been there and are fighting their way back to the top. Now, a lot of players who take their first steps on the international stage, like Pioshik, for instance, and are looking to get that title. And there's just so much nuance to all these teams and all these players all coming together in the quarterfinals and in the knockouts.
Yeah, for sure. I think I have such a great amount of respect for the players that keep doing it again and again.
Yes.
Because there are just a few names, a handful of names that keep returning to the world stage, and always we feel the same level of excitement. The name that stands out in my mind, of course, is Ruler or a Reckless or a Jackie Love. Now, these players are creating history, and you know, they're also in form. That's what's so crazy about it. Some players maybe go to Worlds once and then you never hear of them again. Even that single thing happening is impressive, but to do it time and time again, wow.
Definitely so. For DAMWON also, the big story was last year. We saw it there in the teaser, getting knocked out, and now coming into the World Championship as a reinvigorated DAMWON that's looking for the title and nothing less. Ruler, a great example as well. And as you said, Jackie Love and Reckless, of course, that IG final in 2018, it didn't last long for Reckless and also not for Jackie Love. And they've talked about how cool it is to see each other again, even though Jackie Love made it pretty clear that he's just going to completely dumpster them.
Yeah, Jackie Love reminded us all of who won the last time they faced in 2018. But, you know, a lot of times you hear about like rivalries between teams and players in league, and it's hard to know like how legit those are, especially when they do play from different regions. But I was listening to an interview that Reckless did with Ashley Kang, actually, and it's legit, right? He takes losses, especially in big moments against teams like G2 personally, and he took that loss against Jackie Love. He wants that win back.
Yeah, for sure. If you just think of the story of Reckless and how he has conquered his demons. In the past, it was RNG, and then they beat them. Last year, it was G2, and they beat them in a best-of-5. We don't talk about the 3-0 finals. Sure, we have to talk about it. We mention it. But all in all, I think the story of Reckless is always him conquering his own demons. And Jakilov, it's crazy to think that his career, like, it was his rookie year, 2018.
Crazy.
And now he's continuing, and right now he's looking by like the best AD carry in the tournament.
And to button this up then, can anyone beat the LPL on home soil? That advantage they have as well. What do you think?
Honestly, it's going to be tough. It's going to be super, super tough. I think considering the teams that are in the bracket, I think these are the best chances you can get coming into this year, but it's looking so, so difficult. I think we're going to see how the teams progress and learn, because that's always the story of World Championship. It's not the performance they show in groups, and that's going to translate all the way to the finals, because there's been teams in the past like FPX or IG, they haven't been perfect in groups, and then there's development. So it's tough to say right now in this moment, but we're going to see as the bracket proceeds.
Yeah, I'll also say it's a very exclusive list of people that have won a World Championship more than one times. The FLICKRs, the Bangies. Jakilov has a chance on the best LPL team at Worlds to do that this year.
We'll see on Saturday how they do. And if we focus in on today and some of the interesting stories, I would like to talk about Deft in the bot lane for DRX. He is one of the veterans here at the World Championship, and he's looking for a crowning achievement after an eventful career. We said already, it's going to be a difficult one, but when we talk about the veterans, the people who have worked on it for years and years and kept fighting, Deft is definitely part of that list.
Yeah, I mean, Deft, everyone, you should remember if you've been following the scene for a very long time, he was a part of that Samsung Blue roster that came into the 2014 World Championship as one of the heavy favorites. They ended up losing to Samsung White in that semifinal, and he's been to so many Worlds since. I believe this is his 5th Worlds in total, but since that moment, he has never made it past the quarterfinal stage, getting upset, getting beaten, getting knocked out in so many of the scenarios.
Which is so crazy to think. Yeah, like when I think of the name Deft, it's like, yeah, world champion caliber. But as you said, always quarterfinals, that's when the story runs short. We had 2018 with, of course, KT facing against IG in a best of 5.
Oh, that was such a heartbreaker too.
Definitely a heartbreaker. Same thing with, you know, EDG against Fnatic back in 2015, I believe. They won MSI the same year, and then in quarters they fell short. DRX, I remember last year, they were so close to beating T1 in the qualifier for the World Championship. It's always been the story of so close, but Deft, as a player, as an individual player, has always delivered high caliber gameplay.
Yeah, and it's been a huge journey for him as well, because I think after 2014, a lot of people remember the Korean Exodus, where so many of those great LCK players left and went over to the LPL, and he tried his luck over on EDG there, winning the MSI, as you mentioned, but now he's returned back to the LCK after so many years in his career to try and lift a trophy.
Yeah, he was part of the kind of the first wave of players that went over to the LPL, and it looked very good at the beginning. As said, EDG beat SKT, and I think if you're Deft then in that MSI final, you think, well, this is going great, and then you end up going to the World Championship, getting knocked out in the quarterfinal. Then the year after at the World Championship, in a group with AHQ, INTZ, and H2K, you take 2nd seed and then get knocked out by the Rocks Tigers. That's just also frustrating, and that's why it comes down to these singular games, these singular moments. And for Deft, that is also one of the reasons why he really wants to show up at this World Championship. Unfortunately, the odds seem kind of stacked against him because DAMWON has been so incredibly strong.
DAMWON has been on fire. Like, their story throughout the entire year has just been the story of growth. If someone told me at the beginning of spring that they would look like a team that is a potential world champion, I'd be like, you are mad. You are insane. In summer, they have improved and improved and improved. Over the span of the whole split, they dropped 5 games, and they continue in same fashion in the group stage as well. DAMWON is by far the most precise team we have at this tournament, and that's what makes them one of the potential favorites to take it all.
We'll dive deep into their playstyle in just a bit, but as said, Deft's story, DAMWON, maybe you could say their bot lane isn't as well-rounded as the rest, but they've changed that as well, and that's going great. So it's going to be a hard matchup for him, but we'll see. And talking about DAMWON, last week we saw them take on JD Gaming to close out Group B, and they didn't get the win, but the LCK champions had a moment of magic, and this is our Red Bull top play. as said, they didn't end up winning, but they were behind and still managed to find the openings.
Yeah, you know, they kept him interested for a long time here. They kept JDG in it, but then eventually you're going to see the whole flank come down, barrel on his Alistar on their own. I think he used that Bard portal to enter on into the fight as well. And then off the corner of the screen, it's this long, long flank as they keep them involved. Canyon's chilling in mid lane right now. He has to run all the way down here before he makes the play happen.
Yeah, the man was farming. That's kind of what you got to do with Graves. Push that mid wave and then come around with the flank. His name is Bazooka Joe. Look at him go. Boom, grenade into the ultimate. I don't know the name of the ultimates. That's not my
Collateral
job.
damage.
Collateral damage. Boom. All right, collateral damage. What is the initial damage? I thought it's
very high.
Okay.
A lot of damage.
I will not question the logic of the name of the ultimate, but all in all, the flank, as you mentioned, and this is, you know, the element that is so exciting about DAMWON, how they come into fights. We saw Nuguri flanks. The name of the game is always flanks.
To be honest, I would have gotten the Noguri flank if it was up to me for the top play, because that was one of the things that, for me, epitomizes kind of how they play and how they can play through it.
Every single game around a dragon, watch Noguri. He's always going to be in the fog of war, coming around where you don't expect him, and he will destroy every team he plays against.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but as we go, let's listen to Top Esports Comms versus DRX last week in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
这边，在这边，要养了，别站一起，没事，我没打，我来了，可以打，来，送了，慢一点，加油，能追，就看加油吧，能追，加油，杀，先把加油杀了，杀，还能追吗？3小9，推吧。 没事，加那个还有大，我们发现大，要不我还有干锅，来了 ，nice， 大龙，可以，大龙可以，上，大龙，先去，加油，我还有大，还有干锅，去，可以打，你能打，一定能打，nice。
「
back, everyone, to Worlds Countdown ahead of DAMWON versus DRX, which is a rematch of the LCK Summer Finals. And I am joined by LCK caster Valdez to help set the stage. Hello.
Hey, Shox, how's it going?
It's going well. Yeah, I'm really happy that we can have you on the show. We know this is a multi-region production, so all the help from the local analysts we can get, of course. First up, I want to get a bit of a temperature check from you, from your home region, the LCK, and to talk about the rise of the LCK or the return of the LCK. How happy are you about your team so far?
Obviously, it's a great feeling. The thing about the LCK is that you talk about the rise, and it's something that Yamato Kainen actually touched on the couch, was that looking at DAMWON even, you saw in spring that it was a totally different setup that we had. If you guys remember, T1 ended up taking the victory in the spring final over Gen G, and that was a 3-0, but that was a totally different landscape from what we're looking at now, which is DAMWON on top, and DRX and Gen G kind of fighting for that second place, and T1 not even being here at Worlds, which a lot of people are very sad about. But it's interesting because the rise of LCK is that we had that mid-season tournament, which was the only one due to Corona, we had with China. And I think that a lot of the Korean teams, they went into that tournament not knowing what to expect. They were like, oh, we can just play our same style. And then they got crushed. And all of a sudden, it like lit a fire in a lot of these teams, especially DAMWON. They went from 4th place in the playoffs, 5th place in the spring standings, to now the best team possibly at Worlds. And that is just a crazy rise to see. And obviously, really excited to see how it's all going to come to a close.
Absolutely. Thank you for that kind of contextualization of DAMWON in particular, because we do see also across the other regions that the lack of an MSI does have its effects. And it's a very good thing that the LCK teams were able to adapt after that mid-season cup. Now, I want to ask you about DRX specifically, because it's kind of sad because everyone keeps talking about DAMWON because they are so strong, and it was a 3-0 in the summer finals. So from what you've seen from DRX specifically, how much of a different best of 5 do you think we might see here today?
Well, yeah, that first best of 5 that we saw was actually DRX coming ahead 3-2. That was in the playoffs of spring. And then, as you mentioned, in the summer finals, DAMWON crushed them, and it was not close. And that was the reason why all of us here that were, the LCK commentators and fans and stuff, we were looking at it and saying, wow, DAMWON is by and far the best team. And honestly, coming over here to Worlds, other than that one loss to JDG, which obviously JDG is a really strong team, DAMWON still look really strong, but they still have a lot to show, right? I think the meta here at Worlds is interesting because a lot of what DAMWON has shown is that Canyon is a super beast, right? Everybody was talking about their crazy strong solo laners and how Canyon kind of supports them. And, Beryl ended up being so amazing as well. But, nobody has really seen the potential of Showmaker carry. What does that look like? For DRX, I think it is going to be really difficult, right? I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be honest. The thing that I think they will have to do is they'll have to drag DAMWON into, out of DAMWON's game, right? Yeah. If DAMWON lets Canyon run wild, or rather if DRX let Canyon run wild and Pyosik gets no help, I think it's going to be dominance in the jungle right from the get-go. And DRX is a really young lineup as well that I think can struggle a little bit under that pressure. But if DRX get ahead in the lanes, obviously they have some sick, insane solo laners like Chovy, who could really try to get that edge over Showmaker. If they could get ahead like that and really try to bring it into this like brawly solo Q-esque style with maybe Deft and Chovy carrying, there is a chance for them. But honestly, coming into this one, I would actually predict the 3-0 for DAMWON.
Ooh, so the repeat. I was going to ask you about your predictions, but I guess that's it. Okay, then tell me, I know it's hard, one thing you want to see from DRX to make sure we get a more competitive series, perhaps starting in the draft, because I heard those were quite a point of contention in the finals as well.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean it's rough because the draft is always like, let's try to take away some of the big picks from the main players, the solo laners, or the carry players. But I don't think that's actually possible against DAMWON. I think a lot of the DRX players also have a pretty deep champion pool as well. But I think especially on the side of DAMWON, Nuguri can play literally anything.
Yeah.
Canyon, we've seen him on very aggressive junglers so far. He can play other stuff. We haven't really seen too much of that. Obviously, same goes for everybody else. Something I would like to see from DRX is, I think Pyoshik really needs to turn it on in a different way, right? There's something that a lot of the Korean commentators like to use, which is in terms of junglers, which is we have the carnivore junglers and the herbivore junglers. The carnivore junglers are like Canyon, right? They're going to get in your face. They're going to counter jungle you. They're going to attack your lanes, and you're not going to be able to get away from this guy. Herbivore junglers are like Pyoshik, right? Or Cloud Templar in the past. They always make fun of him for being an or jungler. And Pyoshik is the same, right? He needs to turn on a different gear. He needs to be able to challenge Canyon in the jungle. He needs to be able to get those efficient ganks off, and he can't just be sitting in the jungle farming on Lilia for 15 minutes because the game is going to be over if that happens.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. You had a little bit of a connection hiccup, but we made it and we got everything you said. Thank you so much for giving us that context about both teams.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Shaks. It was great to be here.
No problem. Enjoy the best of 5 yourself. I'm going to go back to the analyst desk, and a lot of good info, I think, there about the background of the two teams. But even Valdez, when asked repeatedly about what DRX can do, he just admits that they are up against it in this one.
They're against some beasts today in DAMWON. It's going to be really tough for them, but I do like a lot of what they do, especially in the early game, and I know we're going to dive into that because that's where they can compete.
For sure. And Yamato, give us a bit of an overview of the LCK year and DRX versus DAMWON, because it wasn't always this dire for DRX versus DAMWON.
In the beginning of the summer season, DRX looked like the strongest team. They were the ones that were contesting for the first place, and the first time we saw DAMWON versus DRX, DRX won it. It was a dirty best-of-3, but DRX came through. I think the story of DRX was always, I had this question in my mind, I was like, oh, this team, they feel like they're set for playoffs. They're just kind of experimenting with drafts, but the experimentation never stopped. It just continued. The science in the draft continued, and then eventually it was a full-out failure at the end of the split.
Let's talk about what's been going well for them from that failure at the end of the split, now at the World Championship. They ended up in a hard group with top esports, fought for that first spot, eventually got second seed. But what we did see were very early game, aggressive games from them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of this comes down to their play style in the early game, because this is not a team that is trying to run around and kill you in lane. Instead, it's a team of laners who draft prio lanes and play for their jungler so that he can take enemy camps, build up CS leads in the lanes, and play for turret play. So it's not bloody games, but that does not mean they're inactive or slow games.
I think the first 15 minutes that they showcased against top esports in their final match in the group stage was super beautiful, because they turned all of these small things, like a Gromp and like a Mark for Kindred, into an objective that everyone could rally around. And this was a very new look for DRX, because they actually had a composition that made sense, and then throughout that, with the early game, they actually controlled through Pyoshik and not through Chovy.
I love that you brought up Pyoshik and especially Kindred. We know that he's a rookie on the world stage, but he's actually been playing really well. And we see that he, as one of the junglers at this tournament, does find answers versus the Nidalees and the Graves of this world.
Yeah, I mean, he, as you said, he's a Kindred player, right? So if the Graves comes out, expect him to be locking in the Kindred. I believe it was Kindred's 5th birthday yesterday as well. So it all lines up for him.
Happy birthday.
And you know what? His name means Mark in Korean. So he's been a long-time Kindred main, but definitely has adapted to these farming junglers like the Lilia, as well as those heavy invade counter jungle type of picks.
What did you think of what Valdez said about the carnivore and the herbivore junglers and the fact that he's up versus Canyon specifically?
So it is interesting, because carnivore and herbivore is usually described to, or used to describe like more passive or more active. And I would say that Pyoshik isn't a carnivore jungler in that he's not usually running into lanes and killing people, but he's not 100% a herbivore either, because he still likes to get in your face, get in the enemy jungle and take it away.
He definitely has teeth. I think
he's an omnivore. Omnivore.
He's an omnivore. Pyoshik is an omnivore. Let's see.
Yeah, you have to farm a lot too. It works for the meta.
When we look at the matchup versus DAMWON, and we also saw it in the finals, even though the strength of DRX definitely lies in that they can get advantages in lane, it actually comes very easy to them. But we see that DAMWON gets advantages early too, and they really ramp it up after 15 minutes, as well as in the team fights. And this is something to look out for today.
What's so crazy about, I mentioned it earlier, about DAMWON is just that they are so precise. I feel like whatever the game state is in, I think they're very quick to recognize what play, who they need to get ahead, what team fight they need to look for in order to win games. And that is always DRX's weakness, because I think they're always in one mode. They want to go forward in the team fights, while DRX and like DAMWON can always piece it together. They have crazy flanks. They know how to play a pole composition. They know how to play around each other. What I feel about DAMWON is just that they always rally around the same thing, but it just makes them so lethal. It's like 5 fingers turn into a fist.
Precise is
always.
What you use.
Yeah.
Very precise.
DAMWON, they scope in, but they don't immediately pull the trigger, right? They are very patient, especially leading into team fights. I see it so much in Naguri's play as well. He's the best team fighting top laner in the world, and it's about waiting for that perfect moment, and that's something that DAMWON do so well.
So well. Valdez brought it up there. We haven't even seen the Showmaker carry, even though he is also one of those individual talents on the side of DAMWON. And he's up versus Chovy, and that's just a very illustrious mid-lane matchup to kick us off with.
Yeah, for sure. These are two guys that have been fighting against each other since the beginning of both of their careers. It was in Challenger, and then always everyone followed these two careers throughout the years that they've played. Also in this year, in matchups, they've gone 9 against 9, which is just a wonderful statistic. I agree completely with Valdez about the Showmaker carry. We haven't seen it yet, but we haven't seen a Chovy carry either.
Oh.
And I'm hoping, you know, in the current mid-meta, it isn't a lot about the mid-lane carries. There's a lot of Galio, a lot of Set, a lot of champions that are supporting the jungler. But maybe in a best of 5, when bans begin to show up, maybe we'll actually see a Showmaker carry or a Chovy carry.
That's what we're hoping
That's what
for,
we're
right?
hoping, really.
Yeah, and I think we saw some like Aurelius in the past, stuff like that, which can get really exciting. But I feel like when you look at the way these two players play the game, Showmaker is usually more of the guy that will influence the rest of the map on global picks, perhaps, or just roaming out of his lane too. So when you're playing for your jungler, for your side lanes, Showmaker looks really, really good.
And we'll touch on all the other matchups, I'm sure, as we go through this day. But I did want to look at draft specifically. We have that 3-0 sample size from LCK Summer. So, Yamato, you wanted to take a look at some of the draft specifically because DRX dropped the ball in many of these, if not all.
So I think, you know, so interesting, I mentioned it before, that DRX, I thought they were experimenting throughout the regular split, but the experimentation never stopped. So here we had the Pyke pick. I was watching a lot of Korea stream, and he was playing a lot of Pyke, because Pyke got pretty much buffed, but then it got brought up here, and you look at the draft, maybe early game, maybe you can skirmish a bit, but then afterwards, you're met with the question, how are we supposed to win this game? Maybe we have a 20 CS lead, but what does it matter when we can't really finish the game against an Ornn, a Caitlyn, a Lux? It was always, you know, there's no red line here at all. When I look at this side, it's very easy to see, okay, bot side, we play into bot side, mid into bot, Volibear Syndra, good synergy. It's very easy to see like a game plan, and this is always the issue with DRX.
It's so important for DRX today to make sure they have some scaling options. That's why I think picks like the Kindred to counter out Canyon's Graves is going to be super, super important. And then ease of execution in team fights, because this is a skirmish comp. This is not a team fight comp, and they need to be able to match in the 5v5s, because that is where they always get beaten by DAMWON.
Yeah, let's get into predictions then. It's been a bit depressing, I should say, from the side of Valdez, but you have to be honest, of course, saying he thinks it's going to be a repeat, a three-peat, 3 games in a row then for DAMWON. What do you think here? Does DRX have more opportunities?
I think DRX have definitely improved, because I think their drafting is better. I like what they showcased against Top Esports, but the issue always comes in the mid to late game in terms of how they execute fights and how they approach the game. I just feel like DAMWON is DRX's kryptonite. DRX need to have a composition, as you mentioned, that is snowballing from the early, because that's their strength, and just simple in terms of playstyle. You just go in, because that's the only gear that DRX knows.
Yeah, look, DRX, they've learned, they've improved, but so have DAMWON. DAMWON are the better team. They're favorites to win the tournament. I think it's a 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 as well. I forgot to say.
Yeah, yeah, I think it was pretty clear from your side. Well, I at least hope that the glass is half full and DRX have picked up a couple of things and approached the draft in a way that we will get more than 3 games, because it would be a shame in our first round of knockouts to not see it go the distance. We will see what happens. It is LCK versus LCK Civil War, and the World's 2020 knockout starts with an LCK showdown. Indeed, DRX look to get their revenge over DAMWON. You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for Worlds 2020. It's the beginning of the knockout stage. I'm Atlas, and I am joined by LS to take you through a rematch of the LCK Summer Final. DAMWON on the blue side, DRX on red, and LS, this is going to be a real toughie for good old DRX.
Yeah, I feel like DRX coming into this one, they're going to have a lot to prove with their first round matchup rolling DAMWON, who is considered one of the favorites still remaining in the quarterfinals to take the whole tournament in dominating fashion. So seeing what DRX maybe has prepared leading up to this match is going to be really interesting, because DAMWON, while they did have some shaky games inside of the group stages, they still did look really on form.
Yeah, and the final game that they lost to JDG also didn't mean a whole lot. So you can imagine that DAMWON didn't go out of their way to give out any extra strategies or allow any extra scouting for them either. So look to see a DAMWON in better form moving into this best of 5. I've got a fun fact for you, ladies and gentlemen. DAMWON haven't lost a game on the blue side in their last 24 games. 24 games in a row they have won on blue side. LS, they also haven't done a lot of losing on red side, but still, that is a pretty ludicrous stat.
Yeah, DAMWON has just not done a whole lot of losing in general.
Yeah.
The last couple of months, Atlas, as here with their first few bans, it's going to be Shen, Galio, and Lilia taken away. DRX opting with the Nidalee, Twisted Fate, and Lucian. We'll see what DAMWON want to elect to make their first pick here.
Graves is looking pretty open at the moment, but Pioshik does have that the pocket Kindred that he can go towards, of course, named after, as Ender so accurately described in the pre-show. The Graves, understandably, is going to be locked away. One of the things that is left up as well is the Camille, which has been banned away from Noguri almost every time. So it's a possibility that DRX can take that one away, but blind picking Camille has been something that a lot of teams have ran into and have found themselves dealing with a Jax that gets completely ridiculous. There is the Kindred, as we were expecting. And this is where things are going to shake up, as Deft on his Caitlyn. Man, this is starting to get a little bit heated.
Yeah. Kindred and Caitlyn are going to be coming out here for DRX. We'll see where they pivot away from these two champions right now, but already quite a lot of physical damage.
Yeah.
Inside of their team composition. Ornn obviously still available. And we saw them playing these two champions in their final match versus Top Esports. Last time around, DAMWON now, they're going to lock in Jhin.
Something that Ghost has gone back to a lot. He can sort of be off in a side lane as Beryl is running around the map doing exactly what he wants, and then he can turn up with that curtain call to see whether he can snipe any kills. Showmaker, just thinking about taking away the Syndra here, definitely has been very high priority this Worlds. I feel like it's something that's come over from the LPL, because all year long Syndra has been pick or ban, as Chovy thinking about what he wants to take into that particular pick. Does give him a lot of flexibility, having seen the mid laner already, and we've got both junglers locked away, both bot lane carries as well. We're going to be looking for top lane and support as we move further into this draft.
And the Orianna lock-in is a little surprising, because it means that DRX, Chovy, he's going to be surrendering a little bit of control around mid lane, and Orianna, she's still looking for some sort of help with her ultimate ability. She doesn't currently have any targets, so we'll see who the support and top lane picks are going to be for DRX, because at this point, I imagine support champions would be pinched by DRX, and then DAMWON, things are still so up in the air in top lane, given the way the bans have gone so far. It's pretty hard to focus on.
Well, so far, Pantheon has been taken away. Beryl, of course, did debut the Pantheon support, and he was, for a time, the only player in the LCK that was able to make it look completely busted. Other people would try it, it wouldn't necessarily work out. Meanwhile, Beryl is sitting there on 4-0 on the champion. Ornn going to be banned away though, so DAMWON not wanting to give DRX too many scaling options, and there's the Blitzcrank ban as well, who we've seen rising to popularity. Not necessarily a champion that stands out as a Beryl pick, but certainly something that DRX do not want to deal with there towards the bottom side, just with how aggressively Deft wants to be pushing.
And I wonder where DAMWON's thinking that DRX are trying to go with this, with the Ornn ban away and now the Lugs. So they're just trying to remove some of the later game scaling options away from DRX, but Lulu...
Oh, I love it.
Coming straight in now.
Keeping that flex alive, can of course be on the bottom side of the map, which is I think where a lot of people will be expecting it to go, but we saw Noguri debut this over at Worlds, and certainly could be something that Doran decides to go to. And okay, Noguri, this is a matchup that he does like, and it's going to be looking like the cannon. So theoretically, if the Lulu is flex top, we know that Noguri is going to be absolutely okay with it, and that is the Leona for Beryl. So you were talking about sort of the lack of real pinch towards the bottom side of the map, and the Leona certainly has been very high priority.
Well, this is very interesting because the Leona and the Kennen coming out together on B4, B5, now this is incentivizing Merc Treads to get picked up, and it's sort of harming the Syndra in a way, where they're all sort of working against each other, but it really enables the Jhin and the Graves to probably have a lot more value inside of the game. The scary thing is obviously Kindred, her Lamb's Respite against Kennen slicing Maelstrom engages are going to get really strange, and then you're now trying to run into an Orianna, Caitlyn, and Lulu, and I'm left wondering why they pivot into that sort of a game plan when they have the range from Jhin and Syndra. Feels like they reward DRX's comp, and then DRX, they shore it up with Jace on R5.
And this is a pick that Doran's been able to actually take Noguri down on as well. Doran has, in his time in the LCK, really sort of risen. He's had a bit of a tumultuous season so far. But against Noguri, he was actually able to solo kill him, I believe, in one of their last matchups. And Doran's certainly come into his own. And it is on picks like the Jace that they like to flex between Chovy and Doran. So this could be a pretty good start for DRX, a team that does actually really like Red Side as well. So if they're able to win this game, they will break that 24 winning streak that DAMWON has. But the thing that I'm looking at is going to be in the early game to see whether DRX are going to continue their extraordinarily aggressive playstyle in the very beginnings of the game, because that's where they've found their advantages, where DAMWON hasn't necessarily been able to.
Yeah. And I think that DRX this time around, they have the late game insurance on their side in some ways, and that can definitely prove to be quite valuable for them, because oftentimes DRX, they get into these spots where they have to win very early.
Yeah.
Or there's no coming back.
Yeah, they build just lane kingdoms.
Yeah.
And they don't really know how all of the puzzle pieces fit together. They're just the really cool puzzle pieces that they found in a selection of a whole bunch of different puzzles. That analogy wasn't super fantastic, but I do want to bring this conversation over to Deft. He's back on the Caitlyn again. I think he has the highest CS per minute numbers as far as in a singular game. I think he got to 335 CS in a game that they won in 30 minutes time, and so that's just a little bit over 11 CS per minute. Was also, as far as all of those stats, the shortest game to achieve that kind of CS per minute number as well, because of course as a game goes on, it's much easier to get higher numbers there because you're able to farm 3 lanes, things like that. And for 30 minutes, that's a pretty insane stat line, and Deft is what this team's going to be revolving around, right? Like, Deft has had some rough times, you know, he's had some of his back issues, things like that. He's also had some doubts. That Draven game really shook him. And I think if you go and watch the interview, I believe Ashley Kang did one of those. And Deft was extraordinarily hard on himself, but he came out of that game and then pulverized his opposition. So very excited to see whether Deft is going to be able to step up here against a player that he's been very, very outspoken about playing against, right? He's spoken about going against Ghost, and he's like, I'm never going to lose against this guy. And then they got 3-0'd in the final. So that's tough.
Well, I think that one of the things that we have to look here for Deft is which one does he end up showing up? Like you were mentioning, he can have some pretty inconsistent games, and I think when a lot of people think of Deft, they think of a world-class elite-level player that has been at the very, very top for so many years. But if you're an LCK fan and you've been watching Deft this year, sometimes he has very, very shaky games that don't look like the Deft that we've come to know, and this game on Caitlyn, it's going to be really important that he does show up the way that people can expect him to.
Yeah, and this is one of his signature picks as well. I mean, Deft has always been one of those Caitlyn Lane Kingdom type players. I think if you're thinking historically about Deft, it's his Jinx with his extraordinary win rate that he's held on to for many, many years. But his Caitlyn, as far as consistency, has always been very good. So we'll just have to see whether DAMWON can do anything about it. Looking over their side, definitely a lot of comfort. They have that Graves pick that's been so coveted. And they also have Nogari on his cannon, and you know that he can just invent team fights that can just win games.
And this will be interesting to see how the top lane matchup's actually going to go between Doran and Nogari. Nogari taking the unsealed spellbook here on Kennen.
Yep, pretty standard stuff. No Nogari weirdness. Hasn't even taken a cull, LS.
Yeah, he's... Honestly, I mean, he might be feeling a little under the weather, but we got to trade.
Yep, bit of an engagement here as Def going down very, very low. It's an extremely late cleanse, and he may not be out of the woods just yet. Actually going to flash, as now Carrier going to get stunned as well. So both summoners in the 2v2 taken away from the AD carry on DRX's side.
And now Deft and Carrier, they're just in a very unfortunate situation without their summoners down here. And one of the problems is Kindred doesn't really have very easy gank access in any of these lanes. So I'm very interested to see what Pioshik's going to be able to do. Another problem is with Deft and Carrier getting shoved in and losing that hard of a trade early on. Syndra has permanent control over mid. Oh, man.
That's actually huge, as Carrier is here trying to take care of Pioshik, but Canyon just walks in and steals his lunch money.
Yeah, and this is very bad because it's going to be impossible for Kindred to play. Graves is going to double scuttle her now. And you can see that Pioshik, he might try to run over to the left-hand side, but because Beryl got that super big trade early on, he's looking for Kindred. And Syndra's always going to be able to get priority in mid lane whenever she wants over Orianna. It's not until Orianna gets Lost Chapter and maybe has blue buff that she can start pushing back in a 50-50 fashion, but even still, that's not necessarily winning.
No. And it might be too late as well, because we know both of these teams like to play explosively, and DRX aren't known to be able to pull themselves back from deficits. This is a team that's used to being very far ahead very quickly in these games, and that's how they win. It's not really the let's hold on and play for late game style. As DAMWON, they do a bit of both. They just do a lot of winning. Which I know, not great analysis, but it is basically how they play. They just know how to work the map regardless of how things go. Especially up here towards the top side, we talk about Nogari's 0-2 power spike for a reason. I have a feeling that Pioshik can get up here a couple of times, but it won't really matter. This cannon is still going to be able to dictate team fights in the later stages. I think a lot of it is going to have to do with how DRX are going to navigate those situations. This Ghost down here does have his Swifty Boots, went for a cheetah recall as we got another engage. Deadly Flourish comes down, Carrier down to about half health as Deft is looking for Ghost. Spots him out as Beryl now with the Eclipse is going to be able to keep himself pretty healthy. And it's a relatively even trade in the end.
And we'll see what Ghost and Beryl want to do here. They are getting pretty low on sustain tools. They just have their biscuits available. Ghost does still have some stuff pushing, but meanwhile on top side, once Kennen comes off the reset, he's going to get so much value against the Jace and the Kindred simultaneously with the Seeker's Arm Guard. If Nogari does end up picking up that, and Pioshik is already having a very hard time playing. The mid laner constantly shoved underneath her turret, bot lane lost the trade early on, and you get no value trying to go top lane. So it's a very hard game for Kindred to play.
And also, where are the marks going to be coming in as well? Because it feels like Canyon has absolute control of the entire map. And Kindred is one of these very snowbally junglers. Certainly suits Pioshik's playstyle. But if you don't get those snowballs rolling, then the Kindred can feel a little bit like a dead weight. But still, quite early into this game, only 6 minutes. And there's no gold leads or anything like that. As, okay, Doran going to go for a little bit of a trade onto Nogari here. Gonna have that back denied at least, but both of these top laners just chilling at half health. As Doran is going to deal with this minion wave and head home.
Nogari now just has the wave crashed on top of him. Now Kindred, top side of the map, red buff almost coming up. Does RNG a scuttle crab mark on the left-hand side, so definitely skillful. I would liken that to Zoe's who rolled Redemption.
Yep. I think you're exactly right. I was thinking about that myself, especially when we've got the 2 level 4 Redemption rollers in this game. That is Chovy and Showmaker. You guys watched the LCK. It tilted LS to no end. Watching them get it pretty much every single game. As Pyosik going to forego his red buff, he's looking for this mark. You can understand exactly why. And Pyosik will collect the Pyosik.
It's actually what the name means in Korean.
I just wanted to leave it, you know, and just make people confused.
Okay.
As he is going to be able to collect that one for himself. Heading over now, the red buff, and we'll see where the Kindred is going to be able to go. As Canyon just going to throw this blue over to Showmaker. So a bit of a lull state to start this one off, and you can understand with the pivotal nature of this particular game, you don't want to be making any crazy moves or mistakes in game number 1 of a series like this. Now, it feels like DRX have been able to stabilize after, I know there hasn't been any kills or anything like that, but that early game jungle invade and the blue buff steal that Canyon was able to make work, it hasn't turned into, you know, a jungle schooling by Canyon, as it can happen sometimes. So Pyosik coming over here, he'll clear out this ward. And yes, Canyon's ahead, but it hasn't eventuated in too much more other than the dragon that was already picked up.
And, I mean, we see very little going on inside of this game. It seems like both parties are just very content to allow the game to unfold. Now, DRX, they've rotated here for the Rift Herald. This is my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah, we're going to river ramp. This is a 5v5. Doran's going to loop around Noggery. Level 7 at the moment, and here's the engage. Curtain Call comes down, and the Lamb's Respite comes in very, very early. Beryl getting a big old heal as Noggery's ultimate is beautiful. First Blood going over to Showmaker, and he still has the Unleashed Power available. As Pyosik very, very low, and that's the flash Zenith Blade. Beryl has come to play today as Def gets to the safety of his turret, but you can't say that about Doran and Pyosik. The first 2 kills go over to DAMWON.
And DAMWON now, with that kind of a victory, they also have the Rift Herald captured for themselves, so that's probably going to be planted, I would assume, in mid lane in order to just start getting damage done to Orianna's turret, because she's so good at defending it from damage. So typically you want the Rift Heralds in order to perforate that. But this kind of a win for them, it really stunts DRX now inside of the game. 2 minutes until the Cloud Dragon. We assume that DAMWON's going to be in control of getting that, and it's going to bring us 10 minutes away from a soul point. And things get really scary because we're going to have a good soul this game. We see how this all starts off. Showmaker is forced to flash over the wall. Deadly Flourish almost landed onto him. Now DRX, they're the ones that are behind in lanes right now and could scale better, but they rotated over to the Rift Herald, but their champions are a lot worse at this point in the game in terms of just base value. Lamb's Respite came out very early on, but then Nuggery just waits it out and then goes in with Slicing Maelstrom. Beryl with the Flash Zenith Blade gets on top of him, and you're just left wondering, why did DRX handshake it?
Well, they thought that they had a bit of an advantage, but they absolutely did not. I think the layering of CC was absolutely fantastic, and I think the way that they used Pyosik's ultimate against him, like you mentioned earlier, really, really good. So now, DRX trying to work from behind, and we've mentioned that that is not something that they have been super good at so far this season. Do have a few extra tools. There's now Deft looking for some damage onto Beryl. He's going to press his W, he'll be fine. And Deadly Flourish comes down. Ghost has just been very, very good at the Jhin so far this tournament, making sure that Deft isn't going to run away with any CS advantages. And you can see it's actually Ghost in the lead in this game as Pyosik thinking about wrapping around, but Canyon's going to turn up. Throws down his control ward, and Pyosik is going to slink away. I think this might mean a Rift Herald for the top side of the map, LS, as Doran is going to get Noggery out of there. Turret gets a bit mad.
That was really close.
All right, Solar Flare in the mid lane. That's the flash from Chovy, but it's a little bit late. Still, Shockwave is going to be traded forward. Chovy's going to avoid dying to anything that Showmaker's going to throw out. So, mid lane going to be okay for the minute, and Canyon actually holds on to the Rift Herald, decides that he wants to help Showmaker, and is going to put this one down now. It's Carry and Pyosik in the area.
a little bit surprising what's going on here. Ooh, a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy.
Yeah.
In top lane there.
Dance of Arrows was absolutely fantastic out of Pioshik, avoiding the scat of the week as the Rift Herald is denied. That is huge for DRX.
And DRX, I mean, they managed to just have so many members in close proximity. So Canyon, a little bit of a blunder there with the Rift Herald, and honestly a very big break for DRX at this point in the game. Teleport coming out of Showmaker, just wants to make sure that he's there, already has the Luden's Echo. And I think this really just emphasizes how far behind Chovy is right now. Not in terms of CS, but just in game state. He still has yet to go back and actually complete any sort of an item. He does have those Merc Treads, but it doesn't really mean anything when nothing's going to be happening in the middle stages of the game. Not going to get insane value out of it. And it's going to be Infernal Dragon. Coming up next.
Infernal Soul for our very first game of the knockout stage. That is the way you want to start it off, in my personal opinion. As Showmaker shoves another wave towards Chovy, who's going to turn back up. And he'll collect this one for himself. So Chovy farming very well, like you were talking about, but like you say, that first blood helping Showmaker out as far as getting that advantage. And DAMWON with a lot of control around this map, as Canyon is going to lose the Rift Scuttler. As Doran comes through with an empowered shock blast. That is a bit of value. As you can see, gold advantage, not necessarily gigantic for DAMWON, but it is still over 1,000 as we crest the 13-minute mark.
And right now, it feels like DRX, they're just continuing to wait for things. The Sanguine Blade on Jace up in top lane is very surprising to me. Because I feel like their idea of what Doran's going to be doing in this game is going to be very different than what's going to be forced by DAMWON, which is just the inevitable team fighting around Soul.
Yeah, right.
And so the Sanguine Blade strikes me a little bit peculiar because the laning phase is almost over. And this item's not going to have as much value as the other traditional lethality items as this game begins to open up. And everywhere else, things are fine.
Maybe he's going to be on ghost hunting duty. Maybe he's a Ghostbuster, you know? So if the Curtain Call comes out, the Sanguine Blade's still going to be useful because he's going to find Ghost on his own or something like that. I'm not entirely sure.
All right.
Maybe Ghost is going to be in the right position for that item to work. But probably not.
Well, it is Halloween.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
So Halloween soon,
yeah.
Alice.
We might have to sing the song if it's going to continue being an item that's going to be purchased as Beryl. Up here towards the top side. And they really want to try and kill Doran. Doran has fallen once already, but that was in that team fight from before. Hasn't been dove just yet as Canyon comes on through, but Carrier in position, and Deft is rotating around as well. Turret plates, not too many of them to actually go down on either side. As the heal actually comes in, they're looking to try and take down Doran, but that's the wild growth as Doran stays in the fight and takes down Noggery. Now Beryl trying to get out of there as the collateral damage not quite enough. This is why you press your potion button, ladies and gentlemen, as Doran keeps himself alive.
That's why you have the Sanguine Blade too for the lifesteal.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Ah.
Yeah.
Don't we look like fools? Egg all over our face.
Well, DRX with Carrier just being there ready in position, get themselves yet another good break so far inside of this game, and now they're still only down 500 gold.
Keeping themselves in it as this game goes on, but if team fights are going to continue like the one that we saw earlier, still going to be dicey for DRX, but that exchange towards the top side, and actually if Doran's going to be going for this build, getting him as far ahead as possible is going to be extremely valuable. As DRX are going to lose another Rift Herald, surely in the hands of DAMWON right now. And Canyon might be able to make this one work. Second time's the charm.
We can just see how healthy that mid-tier 1 turret is, and this is just a byproduct of how good Orianna is at keeping her turret alive. Wave clearing endlessly. Has the Archangels. But take a look at this replay. So the exhaust onto the cannon was there. And how clutch was it for Carrier to just be in the exact spot that he was while this was going on, and Doran just barely living.
The casual 13 health walk away. Not bad at all. Carrier just trying to bother Beryl a little bit as he puts down ward after ward. Control ward still going in here, making sure that they can keep Deft as safe as possible. Ghost pushing in yet another minion wave. Canyon turns up. That's the Hex Flash from Beryl. Doesn't look for a Zenith Blade onto Carrier, who skippies away. And this is going to be first turret going over to DAMWON at 16.5 minutes. I believe this is going to be a continuation of DAMWON 100% first turret rate so far here at Worlds. Shows how much early control that they've had throughout these games. Doran down towards the bottom side, wanting to try and do something to this turret, but it is extraordinarily healthy. The bottom lane, I feel, has just been absent for a lot of this game.
Yeah. Not a whole lot has been going on. It definitely feels like an LCK game.
Yeah.
We got 3 kills here, 17 minutes.
That's what we like to see. I'm
No
feeling
doubt.
well at home. I mean, we are at Lol Park, of course, as you guys did see in the picture-in-picture at the very beginning of the game. However, it's nice to have it affirmed that this is definitely LCK versus LCK. Even if these are some of our most aggressive teams that we have, just shows that this game means a lot. And no one wants to give anyone an edge, as now the first Infernal going to be started off by DRX as Deft is going to shoot it. Noguri teleports in. This will be another 5v5. We'll see how DRX are going to be able to go this time around. There's Chovy off to the side, Beryl looking for a flank, and Noguri as well, wrapping around. Pyosik going to be able to take the Infernal Drake, and DRX just looking to try and get out of there. The flash out. Doran is just going to make sure that DRX can get out scot-free. Ooh. And Canyon getting chunked by that shock blast. The poke from DRX, and now they're going to transition into this outer turret. Collateral damage used just to get rid of the minion wave. And DRX are going to continue pushing by the looks.
Yeah, and getting that Infernal Dragon is a really, really big deal, because it means that not only do they get some increased stats for themselves, but they buy themselves so much time to continue to try to scale up on the Orianna and the Caitlyn. And that is so big for them. DAMWON, they were really close to just being able to lean on an Infernal Soul with Syndra and Jhin, and then probably just get a free win by those amplified stats and then the bonus effect. But now the game's going to go on, and we can have a potentially explosive team fight around that 23-minute mark.
We'll see whether DRX can continue stacking these up. You mentioned that, you know, DAMWON, Infernal Soul going to be extraordinarily valuable, but DRX is exactly the same, right? Like, they have so many damage dealers that will be scaling beautifully with this Infernal Drake, and they have the potential of getting 4 of them, which I don't want to think about. That's too much damage. As Canyon is going to try again. Shirley comes down in this mid lane as Shockwave just to get rid of the minion wave, but he gets rid of half of Ghost Health Bar as well. Command Protect through there, but there is the charge. So Shirley will provide a bit of value, even if DRX's mid turret is still just below half health. It's not the end of the world here for them, as Deft is going to be able to take down the Brambleback and then head back up towards farming.
He's going back up into top lane. He's going to try to shove that in. DAMWON, a lot of their gold lead right now is actually just inside of the turrets.
Yeah.
And so they're about— oh, what?
What? Okay. Sometimes you've just got the serrated dirt and you do way too much damage. Doran picking off Ghost from the backside of that as, I guess Chovy going to be patting himself on the back for that Shockwave as well. As now Nogari's going to get the stun onto Carrier, who is going to be A-okay, but damn, I didn't even see where that came from. Hopefully we get a replay and we can see what happened there, as Carrier is just going to rotate around, and Deft able to push all the way forward. And you were talking about, you know, turret gold being a factor. Well, DRX are going to close that gap even further, as it's only 1,000 here at 20 minutes. This game is a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
This is definitely interesting, what is unfolding here. DRX, honestly, with the Infernal stats that they're getting on the champions, and the fact that their champions are who they are compared to DAMWON's, I feel like DRX are ahead right now inside of this game. At the Infernal fight in 2 minutes, they should likely be favored. And what you're looking for if you're a DAMWON fan is, well, what kind of a slicing Maelstrom can Nuguri end up getting? Or can they manage to chain CC Pyosik before he's able to get off his ultimate?
Yeah, same can be said for Carrier as well. I mean, they do have a lot of protection methods in their composition on the side of DRX. I mean, Lambs of Spite and Wild Growth, both of them going to create a lot of longevity here for DRX. And they need it. They have no tank, right? They have no frontline. Everyone's squishy. This is a classic DRX comp, not built around the ability to take damage. All they want to do is deal damage.
And Nice Jhin recall there.
Yep.
He did just get the red buff and then immediately recalled, so not the best usage of the duration.
That's fine, though. We do see that from time to time. As we'll see whether Ghost can make use of it. Also, Jhin, not exactly the greatest red buff user of all time.
This is true.
As he likes to call curtains and things like that instead of applying it. However, still going to be good. Plus the extra gold's always great. Ace in the hole comes down. Deft pressing his R button onto Showmaker. As Chovy moving real fast with the Whimsy. An opportunity for a fight. DAMWON decide they don't want to take it. 35 seconds until the Infernal Drake is. Keria has to flash. Oh, you can see everyone's on edge.
And so now Keria not having his flash available, that can be very scary. Showmaker hanging out just on the outskirts of vision. No one knows about Barrel. And I don't know what DRX are doing right now with their posturing.
It looks like their priority is going to be on the mid lane, but you can see all of the vision that DAMWON have. They should be able to head just over to this Drake and pick it up. It's up in 3 seconds' time. Canyon's been fantastic at dodging shock blasts. Doran does so much damage, but he needs to connect the skill shots to make it work as we toggle the vision and see how dark it is for DRX.
Yeah. DRX now, I mean, they're trying to hold a Phalanx.
Nogri's been so patient. There's the Solar Flare. Doran down pretty low. And it is just going to be DRX giving this one up as Nogri looking for the fight potentially, but Beryl just going to get himself out of there with the flash. And now Soul Point is in for DAMWON. Really good control of the area. That shock blast is going to land. Ace in the hole as well. Scatter the Weak is big, and that's going to get the Lamb's Respite out of the Kindred. Curtain Call coming forward. Do have a bit of vision as now Chovy. Fancy Feet comes through, and his DDR skills are going to be enough. Keria, not so much. Catches one off the back end.
Yeah.
DRX will get out of there, and they don't get the turret, and they lose the Drake.
And so a lot of very weird decision-making coming out for DRX right there. They were constantly grouped up, almost inviting Kennen to come in, but obviously if Kennen's seeing that, he's not thinking, well, okay. But then because DAMWON were the first ones that had control over River, they could just start the Dragon. And unfortunately, for DRX, their team composition cannot just bulldoze headfirst into the Kennen. So, DAMWON now, they put the game in a very awkward position. So despite pretty much nothing happening this game, only 4 kills in total, and a couple of turret captures, DAMWON are really threatening DRX basically with the game.
Yeah, it's like an invisible snowball or something like that.
Yeah? You ever seen that invisible Nunu bug?
Oh, no, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay, well.
Is it a good one? One of your favorites?
It's definitely good. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, Def now has a couple of items. The rapid fire completed. Ghost sitting on the same thing, basically. Spellbinder through for Showmaker as well. And there's a pretty cool hat on this cannon, who just decided that he wasn't going to build his Zhonyas. He wanted to have as much damage for this soul fight as possible. And that hat is going to mean that any sort of cannon flank is going to be basically impossible to deal with. There's a Zenith Blade, and they've caught out Doran, but uses the Blast Cone, gets himself to relative safety. Now regroups with his team, but the Jace not going to be team fighting in melee range against anyone with that kind of health bar. Throws out his Shock Blast onto Showmaker. Good stun onto Deft, and collateral damage takes him to 200 health. Deft needs a reset. Still 2.5 minutes on the Dragon, so not going to lose too much here on the side of DRX, but DAMWON just showing them that they can do some poking too. Shock Blast going to be avoided as Doran gets himself out of the way of the Scatter the Weak and uses the Infernal Blast Cone to get himself towards this bottom lane as Nogri is just taken down this turret by himself.
And this is the really scary thing that we were mentioning inside of the draft phase is Syndra's range, Jin's range, and even Graves with just his R.
Yeah.
Able to help them out, getting everyone into lethal range. And so it's very hard for all of DRX's champions to actually approach these characters. But the only way that DRX can potentially win a team fight is if they have better position and Orianna's ball is able to essentially act as one of the main bridges of connecting their champions to DAMWON's range.
And I think that Lamb's Respite is also going to be extraordinarily pivotal in these fights as well. If they can eat some of the big cooldowns with that one, you know, Unleash Power comes out and then immediately Pyosik presses R, things like that. I mean, that could definitely turn the tide. So we'll just have to see. Chovy continuing to push here towards the top side of the map. The Baron getting pinged out here by DAMWON. DAMWON's still with the lead, and they still have Soul Point, so control is definitely there for them, but it by no means feels over for DRX just yet. Extra crit cloak here for Deft, who's building towards his Storm Razor. He's still leveling up. Deadly Flourish, pretty nice there. Grabs just the edge onto Deft.
Well,
under a minute.
Yeah, 1 minute until that ends up coming up. And we'll see what is going to be the position. DRX now, they're trying to rotate over to it. Doran has a Hex Drinker. He has another Serrated Dirk. A lot of utility coming out by Pyosik. He has the Quicksilver Sash picked up. And so this is just going to mean that this Kindred is just pure utility inside of this team fight. And not able to really do a whole lot else in terms of damage. Chovy trying to shove in a wave down here in bottom, but it's only 20 seconds until the Infernal Dragon. And I feel like the game might just get decided right here, Atlas.
Could potentially. Chovy Shockwave now on cooldown as well as Pyosik gonna get stunned up. Lambsdorff Spike does go down though. That's gonna keep him alive, but they need that for the team fights. The flash out of the Deadly Flourish. And there's the curtain call as the dragon is spawning. DRX completely zoned away from this area, and that's just gonna be free Infernal Soul for DAMWON. Oh, I don't know about that Shockwave in the bottom lane. It whiffed anyway, but even using it against just the cannon is probably not going to work. As DAMWON, a whole bunch of extra damage here, and now they're able to play the Baron Do-si-do if they would like to. Teleport back from Showmaker. And this game's starting to run away from DRX without really much happening.
Yeah, not anything really going on, and yet DAMWON, they're gonna get the Baron. And I just feel like, I mean, with the team composition that DRX has, Orianna, she has some wave clear, Caitlyn has a little bit as well, but their team composition is not one that is particularly good at resisting Baron sieges, especially not ones that are bolstered by Infernal Soul helping out. This game just feels very, very, very doomed.
Yeah. Which is not something you say about a 2-2 kill score, 3 turrets to 1 style of game. But then you look at the Dragons, you have a look at the purple buff rotating around DAMWON, and you look at all of the control that they've managed to have around all of their objectives. They've been there first, they've got the vision down, they've cleared the vision out, and it's just been a story of DAMWON being better.
Yeah.
Just in the macro sense, right? Even if there have been moments that DRX can have those sick mechanics that we know that they have, hasn't been a match when it comes to a solid game plan and playing around exactly what they want to achieve in this game. Chovy off to the side, looking for that sneaky Shockwave.
Yeah, he was looking to get maybe something onto Ghost right there. Not going to be able to find it. And we're just having a do-si-do right now here inside of this game.
Yeah, DRX looking like they just don't really know what to do next. This turret's going to go down towards the bottom side. DRX continue to bleed objectives. Collateral damage once again used for poke. Scatter the Weak just searching for any sort of pick-off. And Solar Flare to do exactly the same thing. Deadly Flourish does get the stun onto Chovy, who's down to half health. But this is all value for DAMWON, as this siege is going to continue. Now the siege meaning Deft trying to get rid of it, does so with the Peacemaker, nicely done. Showmaker over the wall, I mean, there's just too much pressure.
Right now, they're raising a couple of turrets. 3.5 minutes until the Elder Dragon's gonna come up. DAMWON seem very content to just allow this game to continue to go very slow. Banshee's Veil was picked up on Syndra. Deft.
Yeah, gets angry for a moment.
Yeah. Trying to run in there. Does get the heal out of Ghost, though, and so a little small victory there. Chovy still doesn't have the Rabadon's Death Cap completed just yet. Looks like he's going to run down into bot lane and... oh, no, maybe he has it now. He picks up the blue buff. No, he's not recalling. Not totally sure what's going on, Alice.
Well, the Storm Razor might be done here for Deft as well, as he's gone back to base. Nope, actually can't afford it. BF sword in the back pocket, though. And, I mean, it feels like DRX are waiting for item timings, but, I mean, it feels like maybe the Nexus is just going to fall before they get there. As they are just giving away so many of these objectives. And yes, you know, it's a gold lead of about 4,000. It's not the end of the world, but you factor in the Infernal Soul, you factor in the fact that DAMWON have so much control over every single objective on this map. And DRX are just going to slowly, well, probably not even slowly, fall further and further behind. Didn't quite catch where the Red Bull Baron power play was at the end, but would have been close to about 3K. Looking at the top of our screen right now.
Well, another Baron coming up in 2.5 minutes, and honestly, this is really feeling like, have you ever seen that image of the skeleton waiting on the bench?
Yeah!
That's actually...
I had the same idea, actually.
Yeah, just waiting for DAMWON DRX to get their 5th kill.
Yep.
In the game.
Is the Nexus going to be the 5th kill? I don't think so.
Do you know what the most important 50 gold in the game is?
Is it the Nexus?
It's Tibbers.
Ah, okay, that's what I think.
Thanks for asking.
I thought that it would have been too obvious
yeah.
for it to be the Nexus, but yeah, not going to be able to get that 50 gold this game. Fortunately, Tibbers not actually this one. Let's see whether we get any surprise Annie picks as the game, as the tournament continues. Chovy now moving towards this outer turret that DRX have been so keen on for so long, and he will be able to collect it. A lot of shields there for the Orianna. There's now 55 seconds until the Elder Drake. It's Pioshik standing on some traps. DRX have set up for an objective, LS.
Yeah, and we look at the levels on everyone. Graves is up 1 level, Showmaker, even with Chovy. Deft down 1. Oh, hold on.
Nogari looking for it. He's biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment. Pioshik gets popped. He had the Lamb's Respite, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to use it from the Death Chamber. And now DRX don't have a jungler, and there is an Elder Drake coming up in 20 seconds time. That was an error.
That was a kill, actually.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah. Just want to let you know that.
Thank you. I'm trying to make sure that I stay on top of it. As the Elder Drake does come down.
Whoa.
DRX in a really awkward position.
Looks
Teleport
like DRX,
back from Doran.
Yeah, they're deciding that it's now or never for them.
Well, they need to make some sort of attempt to stop this from going down, because they can't just continue bleeding objectives forever. Chovy moving over to the side. Deft actually frontlining at the moment. As the smoke screen goes down, the flash over. Chovy looks for the shockwave and misses. The flash out from DAMWON.
Oh, but they managed to separate them a little bit. Never mind, Doran going on a little bit of an adventure. Here comes Pioshik, though.
Yeah, Nogari's gonna flash in. Massive slicing Maelstrom into the back line. The Lulu dies immediately. Doran gonna go down as well, as there's the curtain call. Ghost looking for Chovy, but the Elder Drake is going to fall. And whether this Orianna gets away or not, DAMWON will put themselves in a game-winning position.
Yeah, and now with the Elder Dragon, Solar Flare landed onto the Kindred, but Pioshik has the QSS able to get away. They probably are just going to move over to the Baron now. Canyon does have Smite up again for this, so should be able to go his way. Canyon's also 16 now, Pioshik 14. Just dancing inside of his jungle. Ghost's going to come over here and try to help him as well. And with Elder and Baron, it would take a miracle in order for DRX to come back inside of this game.
And they also have the Infernal Soul as well. Just a reminder, guys, the game with the least kills at Worlds so far this year had 11. And we've currently got 8. So definitely a lot of bloodlessness, but Chovy, he shot his shot. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough.
And so what happens here is Beryl and Nuggery, I mean, they just get a perfect opening onto Deft and friends right at the very top. Deft tries to get away with his net, but Canyon obviously there with the end of the line, the ricochet off the wall, bringing Deft down. Now it's a 10,000 gold lead to Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul, Elder, and Baron.
Whoa, Deadly Flourish coming down. They're looking for Deft. He nets to get himself out of the way. This curtain call really starting to do damage as Carrier gets completely chunked. This is a 4-item Jhin. He does a lot of work. DRX now forced to go back as Carrier not going to be there. Don't want to fight a 4v5, and they will just forego their inhibitor turret. They can't just continue sacrificing objectives, but unfortunately, they're just too far behind at this point in the game. Too many buffs circling DAMWON. Still 39 seconds on the Elder Drake. Has 2 inhibitors in the blink of an eye and a teleport towards the top lane. Here's Showmaker in there. He'll push this one out, and they're looking for 3.
Well, 2 inhibitors. They're rotating up into top lane, looking to raise this final turret. Pioshek just getting tagged. Even the Graves smokescreen, actually.
I know, this is like a poke Graves.
Yeah.
I guess lethality is going to help you out there, but he's been using his collateral damage just to soften up his opponents so far this game. It's been working. Beryl getting caught out of position for the moment, but he will survive. And DAMWON still pressing forward. Deft, half health. Pioshek the same, as is Carrier. This is going to be the hat trick of inhibitors on the 1 Baron and Elder push. Elder has just dissipated. And now DRX are looking at just a couple of Nexus turrets between them and a game 1 loss. Nogari looking for his moment. Pioshek going down very, very low. Dances out of the way of the Deadly Flourish. DAMWON continue to press forward. This Nexus turret goes down immediately as now Pioshek standing on his Lamb's Respite, but immediately he's stunned up. And the curtain call comes forward. It's the last Nexus turret lasting a bit longer than you may have expected, but eventually does fall down. Collateral damage does so much work over the top of DRX, and there is the slicing Maelstrom, the death nail. The Nexus going down as an afterthought, and DAMWON will keep their blue side dreams alive and take down game 1 in this best-of-5 series.
Well, DAMWON, it wasn't the most dominating game that people were probably expecting to open up this series, but it was definitely a stable one. Yeah. They didn't give up control anywhere. They didn't have any noticeable losses happening. There was a couple of very close encounters like the one up in top lane, but DRX, it just felt like they couldn't do anything. If Chovy isn't going to be enabled in this series, which in this matchup with this jungle dynamic, he's not going to be able to, I don't know what they're supposed to do because they need him if they want to win.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, it felt like DRX got to a point where they felt like they were going to be able to scale and get themselves in there, but then lost all ability to figure out what to do next. They weren't able to set up for objectives. The early game was extremely close. They had windows, but then Beryl's there with absolutely fantastic vision control and things like that. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at DAMWON's Mercedes drive to victory. It wasn't, of course, that Elder Drake fight that they were able to take complete control of. And it felt like at this point, DRX were just too desperate.
No, this was definitely quite rough, Atlas.
Yeah.
This was them posturing, their hand was forced. They were against Infernal Soul. They knew that it's now or never, and remember, they didn't have Pioshek.
Exactly.
He was on his way from the base. Deft just got caught, and not really much they could do.
And Ghost had an actually fantastic game as well, was able to stand toe-to-toe with Deft. They got that first roam up. He wasn't necessarily the one that benefited the most, but he managed to keep about a 10 to 20 CS advantage throughout that whole game. And if the bottom lane is where DRX are going to win, it's going to be more and more difficult if Ghost is going to be playing to this level. But ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for Game 2, listen to Legends Never Die on the League of Legends official playlist during our Spotify music break. We'll see you in a bit.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free, and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. smell ready.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk after a controlled victory from DAMWON over DRX. It looked good until it didn't for DRX, and it was kind of tragic to watch, to be honest. We're going to go over the specific moments. I want to start with the draft, as we always do, and because it was also super contentious, because we saw how badly it went for DRX in the summer finals, what did you think of what they came up with here?
Well, I felt like they showed one thing in the summer finals, and they went a completely different direction here in this Game 1 draft, because you look at it, they've got 5 ranged champions on the side of DRX, which is like, oh, you've got a lot of great scaling, you've got a strong backline, but it felt like there wasn't the same level of early game proactivity, so Kindred wasn't going to be able to play the
Well,
game.
question though, I was in the green room. I didn't hear any of that. I heard this is actually fine. This is okay.
No, but the thing is with this comp, right, you're focusing, you have like Jace is a good matchup into the top lane.
Yeah.
Mid lane, you're giving up priority against the Syndra, right? And then bot lane, you have double range champions, but like we saw in the game, they weren't able to execute on that because they weren't able to, from level 1, get control.
So it was execution
exactly.
more than
So then we
draft.
saw how that turned into a problem.
I had some issues with the draft because with all the jungle bans that happened, I felt like the Kindred pick became so predictable. And I think in this particular game, the whole idea that DAMWON is bringing to the table is just that they are going to just pick a lot of range champions into the Kindred. Kindred loves it when people go into her. And the composition here that they're playing just can play on Syndra's range. I feel like Syndra is such a key pick here because she's the one champion that outranges everything else on the table. If you ask Caitlyn players which is the champion they hate to play against the most in the mid, it is the Syndra because she does indeed outrange with the E. So I feel like Syndra just counters anything that DRX wants to do. And it's so hard to execute in terms of contesting space with the composition when you have a Lulu and a Jace in the top lane. I thought when they picked the Lulu that this is a flex into top. Maybe you send the cannon into, of course, the Lulu matchup in the top side, and then maybe that will work. Or maybe you pick a Maokai 5th, because tanks are very good into the enemy composition, but it just didn't happen. Instead, you just had 5 range champions against 5 other range champions that have longer range than you.
Exactly. So all DRX can do is play defensively because you don't have that Leona that can lead the charge into the river, you know, and take vision for your team. So by having all of these range champions, yes, they work well when you're playing backwards, but you eventually have to step in around dragons, around barons, these big objectives.
Yeah, and that was what it was going to be all about. And we talked about the fact that there wasn't that much action straight off the bat in terms of kills, but you talked about DAMWON being very precise at when they take their moments. And I think this Rift Herald fight is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think if we have the replay up, I think this showcased them just choosing their fight. I think their champions are so much stronger at this point in time. DRX's champions need a little bit more time to scale. In these positions, a lot of people just like to go for the play bottom side where you trade a couple of plates for the enemy that commits all the way. But DAMWON were hiding in Fog of War before DRX showed, so it was a decent play. But this is just DRX just falling into the same pattern, just taking fights over and over because they only have one gear.
Yeah, and you see right there how DAMWON want to start off every fight. They want to use Syndra and Leona to burn Kindred ult, and once Kindred ult is down, Nagri can then go in, and they showed that beautifully in that one.
One thing more about the Kindred, we said it is one of Piosik's favorite champions and comfort champions, and it actually can do well. He's picked it into the graves many a times, but now you get a situation where you get bullied out of your jungle. There's an unfortunate trade bottom lane, meaning that all of a sudden you lose that pressure as well, and it just seems to me that DAMWON has showed you can get away with playing that into graves against other teams, but not versus us. How does that change the dynamic of this jungle going forward?
Well, it's pretty rough because this was, you know, Piosik's key pick.
Yes.
And in the first game, they showed we can deal with it, lock it in, no problem. It's kind of like a first round of a fight, you punch someone in the head, and then all of a sudden they're going to be drowsy for the rest of the series. I think it's hard to make adjustments on the fly, but on looking on DAMWON's side, they didn't look as precise as they did in the past. There were a couple of games, like slip-ups with the dives and maybe a dragon or two as well.
Oh, really? Well, let's take a look at the dragons. I think that's something we want to hear because you want to think that DRX has more opportunities, right?
So starting off with this, it's really important. This is the first Infernal Drake that spawned the 3rd Drake of the game. DRX already have control in the river. So as you can see the fight start off, they're going to be the ones to get onto the dragon. We can go ahead and play the clip from this point. When they are first to river, they actually have a lot of control. You see the teleport comes in from Nagri, so he's going to be a little bit delayed. And you always know that around the dragon, Nagri is going to look for this big wide flank around the side. So even though the vision is denied, DRX should have a pretty good idea of what is happening. And because they're staying grouped up, because they're not allowing Pyosik to get picked, you know, the ulti from Beryl isn't going to go on to him, Nagri doesn't find the entrance into it. And it's very important they're there first so they can have the territory. But as soon as they are not, it becomes really hard to step in.
Yeah, for sure. We can roll this clip too. It's the juxtaposition of DAMWON's composition. When you try to enter into them with all of these ranged champions, it becomes very, very difficult. The Leona can easily engage. No one on DRX really wants to face check. Maybe the Lulu with the Guardian, maybe that's the best option. But it's just the champions like Caitlyn, like Orianna, when they're in certain spaces, they can control spaces. You know, there are control mages, control AD carries, then it becomes a lot easier. But here, DRX are trying to face check, and they know it's going to be a losing fight because Syndra's going to find a big stun because it's so easy when people run into you.
And it just looked like once DAMWON won that first fight and then eventually also got that soul point, it seemed pretty much over. We don't have a lot of time. I do want to hear from one of you. I don't care who takes it. You said that you saw a couple of things that DAMWON did not execute to perfection, and it's going to be a tall order. But what is one thing you want to see from DRX in Game 2 that could be better for them?
I just feel like they just need to have, you know, all the points covered when it comes to the mid game. More simplicity. Maybe instead of the Jace, just pick the Maokai, and then all of a sudden you have a clear line of how you want to approach fights, because when it's too complicated, it's too difficult for DRX to win.
I think that's some good advice for them, and we'll see if DAMWON can go 2-0 to start the series with Game 2, just minutes away.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We're so tough let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Lowell Park for game number 2, DAMWON versus DRX. DAMWON remain undefeated on the blue side for the last 25 games, but now DRX are going to be wearing blue, much are their team colors. So maybe this will give them an opportunity, LS, to get themselves a win. We are straight into Champion Select. We're not messing around here. And already all of the bans have come through. Syndra, Camille, and Lilia all taken away by DRX. And there is the Renekton, Caitlyn, and Lucian bans over on the side of DAMWON. And that will leave up the Nidalee for Pyoshik to steal away.
Yeah, Nidalee is just going to be locked in as the B1 for DRX. Let's see how DAMWON want to respond to this now. This is definitely going to be interesting.
Twisted Fate is available.
Yeah, TF is available. Graves just going to get locked in yet again.
Yeah, Cowboys are going to be taken away here by DAMWON. So that TF and the Graves, very coveted picks here. DRX probably not surprised that these are the options that they went for, and Chovy will be able to head towards his Galio. I know there's a lot of people that don't like when Chovy picks the Galio, but we had the pleasure of watching some game-winning plays on that particular champion when they took down Gen G in their second match in the summer split. That was purely off Chovy's Galio. So is something that I'm okay with seeing, and it is going to be locked away, as you can see. Win rate not very high. Let's see whether Chovy can change that here.
The thing that's very surprising about this, though, again, is that Chovy's in yet another lane where he doesn't have control early on. That's just the dynamic of Twisted Fate versus Galio, and this is going to mean that Canyon is going to be pretty free to do whatever he wants inside of the jungle. And so now, depending on what the other lane matchups are, we could just have another repeat. Now, Senna's coming in blind. We'll see if Ghost is willing to pilot any mages or the usual Senna answers down in the bot lane, or if he's just going to handshake or something. But no, they're going to actually lock up Ornn right now.
Yep, the Ornn coming in for Nogari. He's demonstrated that he can play basically any style that DAMWON requires him to play. And in this game, it is going to be a meatball towards the top side of the map. The Forge God just going to sit there and then wait for level 13 and above and just upgrade everyone's stuff, which feels fantastic. Set going to be banned away, protecting that matchup. As potentially the Set center lane as well, something that they could be looking at. As DRX, let's see whether they take away something like the Jhin. It was something that Ghost was very, very comfortable on. It could be an option of removal.
Well, Kalista now going to be banned away by DRX.
Yep, this is a Ghost special. I used to play basically only Kalista for a really, really long time. This was on some of his previous teams, which weren't as noteworthy as some of the teams that he's made it to now, namely DAMWON.
And the thing is about the Kalista ban is I think that they're acknowledging that Lane Kingdom type things coming out of DAMWON can definitely be problematic, but there's also ways for DAMWON to even achieve better scaling options than just the Senna. Now, Ezreal is getting banned away from Ghost, so perhaps they were thinking that maybe DAMWON would just try to leave him on an island with the Ezreal and approach things differently via Beryl on the other side of the map. Very interested. We're going to see anything super unusual, but no, first we're going to get the Thresh.
So it is going to be Senna Tahm Kench by the looks of things, as that one is going to get locked away. A very stable lane that we've seen many, many times. Jackie Love, of course, in his extraordinary performances so far in the group stage, really utilizing that particular combo to great effect. Does mean that the Senna can play really far up, and that's how he was able to achieve such gigantic damage numbers. That and being an extraordinary AD carry. As Jack's being considered by Doran, that's going to be his anti-Ornn option, and that will be locked away here for DRX, who are continuing in more of a split-pushing vibe, much like that Sanguine Blade led us to believe.
And this is where a champion like Ziggs ends up being pretty much the nuts down in bot lane, because it would let DAMWON win bot. They'd have control in mid. Graves would be able to just deal near true damage in the later stages of the game because no one could get armor. But no, we're going to see Aphelios come out for DAMWON.
We saw Ruler play this to pretty great effect for Gen G. Looking forward to seeing whether Ghost is going to be able to have a similar performance. Hasn't necessarily been his MO, because this is looking like a composition where Ghost is going to be relied upon a lot. But his Jhin was great in game number 1.
Yeah.
And so why not give him a little bit more agency and rely on him a little bit more to get that late game damage down? This is looking like a very well-rounded composition out of DAMWON, but DRX, they're rolling the dice and seeing what it comes up with. The Jack's in a side lane, he can get out of control, especially if he has the assistance of Pyosik around this map. And let's just see whether it's going to be, once again, Canyon dictating all of the moves at the beginning of this game.
Well, the scariest thing for me is that the mid lane dynamic, it puts Showmaker in the driver's seat again. And what that means for Canyon is quite a lot, because Pyosik is going to have a little bit of a hard time playing. Jax is a very interesting insurance policy now for the DRX team composition, and no matter how you look at it, this draft is much closer than the one in the game before. So DRX, they have a lot more fighting power. Things can definitely go their way and become very explosive, and they have a lot more options available to them in this one.
The thing that I'm scared about is this Twisted Fate in the mid lane. We've seen him be so successful, especially in the hands of Showmaker or Chovy. And I was expecting that to be banned in almost every single game. Coming into Worlds, coming into this series, not to be the case. This is going to be the gamble that DRX have taken for game number 2. Something that DRX do a lot, especially with CV Max at the helm. He has his weird and wonderful ideas, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether giving away the Twisted Fate is something that they can capitalize on, whether this means that Pyosik is going to be helping out Chovy in that mid lane more often, or whether it is going to give a bit of that early to mid game power over to DAMWON that honestly DRX cannot afford to give away again.
Yeah.
We need to see so much more proactivity out of this team. We need to see so much more vision control and vision contesting, especially around these objectives. I mean, DAMWON are the best team so far statistically at Worlds when it comes to taking objectives, but DRX needs to challenge them like a little bit, please. Not like all of the Heralds in the early game, all of the Dragons in the early game. Of course, they did manage to get that one Infernal, but honestly, the damage had been done. And here we are onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2. DAMWON now on the red side. Their win rate there, still pretty high, but not as perfect as their win rate over the last many, many games on blue side.
And DRX, we take a look at the rune setups that they have. They have the Predator on Galio again.
Yep, it's going to be a Conqueror Nidalee as well.
Yeah, a very interesting choice there, because I wouldn't imagine Pyosik to want to be having extended brawls with any of the members on the side of DAMWON, especially Nidalee's role in the early and mid stages of the game. So, ooh.
Cheeky sidestep there from Nogri, gets him out of the way.
Yeah, fishing for an arrow, not actually going to find one.
Yep.
So Ghost and Barrel down here. It's been a while since we've seen Eladios.
Indeed.
But he's been popping up a little bit more now at Worlds.
Yeah, I like it. I actually feel like there is, it's feeling a little bit more wide open than it may have looked at the beginning of groups. You know, it felt like there were a few 80 carries that people were playing and then not too much more, but the pool just hasn't really been challenged all that much. And Felios is going to come out. The reason we saw it in Gen G games is because Rule is a pretty big deal for that team, which is why you see a few more bans heading his way.
And we'll see what Ghost and Barrel are going to manage to do down here with the spot lane. Obviously, Senna and Tom Kench, they don't really need an introduction to how they are as a duo. And Deft, one of the interesting things was him starting with Sapphire Crystal and Refillable Potion. Really speaks volumes to just how confident he is in his own safety inside of this lane.
Also confidence in the matchup against Ghost as well, despite how game 1 went. Deft certainly feeling like he's been able to beat Ghost quite a lot over his career. something that he hasn't really had too many issues with until the summer season of LCK 2020. Pyoshik looking to hard farm his jungle. Ahead by a little bit as far as clear speed at this point in time, but no, actually Canyon is a camp ahead, so Pyoshik just getting towards his red buff a little bit sooner. And the Raptors were taken there by Canyon, who's just going from camp to camp.
Yeah. And Canyon, I mean, he's on his golems already. He's full cleared. Pyoshik just getting done with the Raptor camp, moving towards the left-hand side, and Joey's actually done a very good job in this lane. All things considered, he actually managed to get Prio over the TF early on, and so...
Yeah, going to be able to move up and try and stop Canyon from taking this Rift Scuttler as well, as Noguri has inside track, but it is a 2 versus 3. Flashes going out everywhere as Canyon gets himself out of there. Teleport to come through from Showmaker. Now it's a 3v3 as Pyoshik pounces out of the way, but the prize will go to DRX in this first little skirmish.
Yeah, and Doran, one of the downsides for him is he ends up blowing his flash, and he also misses a bit of CS up in top lane, and so that can come back to bite him later, especially because he's the scaling one. We're not going to talk about that, actually.
I think that was just expecting to get the empowered pounce, but not actually landing the spear.
He was attempting to rupture the eardrums. Showmaker. With the sonic boom from...
It's the long con.
See, I got a thumbs up.
Yeah, perfect.
He heard me.
Yeah.
Because he's always MVP. Even last game.
Even after we removed the naming convention of MVP.
True.
Still the MVP.
That is actually true, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He was already the most pog, so he fits into that one as well. As Doran looks for a stun, but it's a great use of the Bellows Breath as Noguri flashes aggressively underneath the turret. The Crab Rave comes through as Jovi's like, what were you doing there, buddy? And that is going to be first blood very comfortably delivered to the Gargoyle.
And that is definitely a Crab Rave.
That's some Noguri stuff right there.
That was very unfortunate. From a mechanical standpoint, Canyon.
Yeah. Unaggressive here is Carrier. Feeling a bit hungry. He's going to gobble up this big Krug, and Deft is going to be the one to reap the reward. Little one's going to head back. Canyon looking to try and block them off here as Ghost, trying to deny as much farm as possible. Fernum and Gravitum currently equipped, as Carrier just likes pressing his DR button, I guess.
Yeah, and so DAMWON, they have very slight CS advantages everywhere, and that's why the gold lead is still not really that big for DRX. But this is definitely not the kind of early game opening that I was anticipating, and it makes me feel a little bit sad we didn't get more mid lane pans to see what was going on there. Because a lot of stuff has to be influenced by the minions and the auto attacks by Showmaker with the aggro. That matchup was very important for DAMWON to have control over in the early stages, because right now, everything's going somewhat fine for DRX.
Yeah, and I think like you were talking about, I mean, we were worried about Chovy because he picked the Galio into the Twist of Fate and you don't necessarily have lane priority there. However, Chovy has managed to grab it anyway. Currently very, very even when it comes to the farm, and also does have that first blood gold that he can utilize. We'll see what he's going to be able to pick up here on his first back. And see which item he's going to head to first. Proto Belt probably expected, as Showmaker going to turn back up as Chovy was trying to get another cheeky shove before he goes back home. Definitely a better start here for DRX, but can they actually keep it up is the question, because we've seen DAMWON fall so far behind, lose these early skirmishes, and it just feels like it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it definitely is feeling very much like game number 1, where not a whole lot is going on, but for DRX, they're sort of okay with it because they're still managing to achieve things that I think a lot of people would not have expected them to, and that's a big victory.
Yeah, nice work there from Pyoshik. Just going to give up on the Gromp for the moment, but he is not going to be able to grab this Rift Scuttler. Secures his blue buff though, and that is definitely good news. Now, Lucidity Boots picked up by Chovy, going to be walking a bit faster, especially with that Predator that he does have, and also a little book. Hopefully it's not turned into another book. We don't like to talk about that one here. Ballpark is not the place. It's not much of a library, really, over here.
Not since Papa left.
No, our shelves have esports on them.
Yeah, true.
No books.
Definitely a Bible thump moment. As DRX, so the junglers right now, they don't really have any real way to create ganks on their own. That was a
Barrel. Yep, big taxi ride. Actually going to take some turret shots here as in goes the heroic entrance, but that's a lantern that Ghost's able to take out. Oh my goodness. The flash forward, the knock-up comes through. Double taunt from Chovy. He's looking for Ghost, but he's only down to 200 health. And in goes Showmaker, flashes forward to guarantee the gold card as Carrier not going to be able to keep his team alive now as the Gargoyle falls down, and it's now 1-1. Deft still looking for more. As Carrier, I believe, had the Devour back off cooldown just then, but it wasn't enough to keep his mid laner alive.
And so at the end of it, Chovy is the only one that ends up going down. Rod of Age is almost going to be complete now for Twisted Fate. Canyon, he's just going to go back into power farming. Twisted Fate might just go mid lane, shove in the wave, and then reset, get Rod of Ages, get blue. But the alternative would obviously be shoves in the wave, goes over to the blue, gets it, and then recalls. And now the game's just going to reset. Alice, it's going to go back into a little bit of a mini lull state as Destiny's now back on cooldown. Galio does not have his ultimate, doesn't have Predator available either.
Are you saying that you're not expecting a large amount of action? Because Beryl, he wants to say no. He's looking for Doran here. Decides instead to walk back towards his jungle. So I think I'm starting to agree with you, LS. Nogri with full control of this minion wave and a CS advantage despite falling down early. Carrier looking to try and start this one up here as Shelly being considered pretty late as far as Rift Heralds are concerned, 9.5 minutes into the game. It looks like DRX will be able to take this one for themselves, trying to deny DAMWON some of these neutral objective statistics that they have put together for themselves so far this Worlds.
Yeah. They're going to get the Rift Herald. I'm curious where they're actually going to plant this, in what lane.
I think the Jack's probably the one that they want the money to go to.
They're moving up. And now Nidalee actually turns right back around, so it looks like she wants to just clear the Gromp and the Wolves and then maybe begin pathing down towards bottom. The most interesting thing about what's going on right now is DRX have rotated top lane, even though there's a Mountain Dragon up, and DAMWON gets such insane value out of it if they would capture it.
Not to mention all these plates in the bottom lane.
It's definitely bewildering.
It is indeed. Well, Shelly is going to pop out here, so they will be guaranteed a bunch of plates, but they're going to be sharing a lot of the gold between Pyoshik, Deft, and Doran.
This is definitely a loss, I think, for DRX, all things considered. And the reason that I say that is because you open up and accelerate top lane, but now this means that Jax has to walk up further in order to interact with Ornn. You lose out on your bottom lane, and now you're going to lose the Mountain Dragon, which just doesn't make any sense because Ornn is going to get so many free stats from it. Graves going to get a lot of value as well. Twisted Fate, already a champion that is traditionally a lot tankier than most mages, and this just feels really bad. Oh, one of the interesting things I'm very surprised about. So Ghost right now may be feeling like he wants to just make sure that he gets the turret, but had he moved up towards the dragon, he'd actually get a legend stack for his bloodline. Traditionally, it's really hard to get stacks on this as AD carry until way later on in the game, but when your team's just getting a free dragon, you can just move on over and you can pick up those stacks really easy.
May not have been considering it at that time, just trying to get DAMWON that turret that they wanted to go for. Now, maneuvering their bottom lane here towards the topside river. As Chovy's just as punching himself towards the top lane. That doesn't mean he's punching himself, it's using the ability in order to close distance on the top side of the map. Showmaker up here, walks over a ward, but we've just got mid laners in the top lane instead. Infinity Edge complete here for Ghost. The Aphelios in a pretty good spot right now. A gigantic CS advantage based on that movement like you were talking about. Ghost definitely the benefactor of that one. And you can see Deft actually getting chunked out in the mid lane just a little bit. Pyoshik walking away from Canyon as it looks like the blue buff is going to be his target, and he will be taking that one for himself as well. As Runic Echo's complete, Canyon with his warrior as well.
Tried to steal it with collateral damage.
Yeah.
Not quite successful.
Able to quite get there. Ghost gets another plate though, LS. This
Aphelios is big.
Yeah, he's basically a chef, and he can feed a large family, I think, at this stage, with the amount of plates that he does have. There's a decent snare to land there on the Canyon, but he quick draws to get himself as far away as possible. Not too much follow-up. Steft just trying to keep himself in this lane and trying to protect this turret as best he can. With his Manamune stacking up. Manam probably still quite a ways away, despite the Sapphire Crystal start.
And I'm curious what the ornaments are going to be on DAMWON. I'm really hoping that we see a Yumu's Wraithblade out of Canyon. And then obviously Twisted Fate. Given that he has the Amplifying Tome right now, I think that he'll probably just go into Zanya's. So Zanya's Paradox will probably end up being his item of choice. Unless you just go straight into a Lichbane or something, in which case the third item's still very up in the air.
Yep. Could even go for a Death Cap, why not? There's the Death Crown, pretty strong. It's Pyoshik. He's going to find Canyon here, but Canyon can just take himself the lane, he'll be absolutely fine, and steals away the red buff. That's called having your cake and eating it too. And DRX going to wander on through, but not going to be able to get deft any Bramblebacks at this point in time. Checking back in on the gold, I mean, it's still barely a lead for DAMWON. But I mean, this was the same in game number 1. Let's see whether DRX have, you know, gone back, spoken to CVMAX about what they need to change, and I think proactivity in the mid to late game is going to be very important for this squad. 800 gold worth of plates for DRX, but 960 on the side of DAMWON, and you have to look at where that money went as well. Most of it is sitting on Ghost, who is just going to be doing so much damage as this game goes on.
And Ghost is very big right now. He's up 30 farm over his opponents. Now, Deft, he does have the call available. When we look on over at the Jax as well, he went Blade of the Ruin King first, but the laning phase ended very quickly because of the decisions that they made. And so, not getting as much value out of the item early on as he would have liked. And now he moves into the Trinity Force, but that won't be completed until way later on down the road. DAMWON, this is yet another game where they're probably just going to threaten Soul Point.
Well, it's going to be a minute until the Infernal Drake does come up. It means it's either cloudy or rainy, as Ocean and Cloud are going to be our options. Ooh, teleport coming through from DRX here. Looking to get on top, but Doran just going to walk away. Not opting for too much, as there's the heroic entrance. But Beryl is just going to get himself out of there. They do get the flash out of the support. It's a lot of buttons invested, though, as Chovy, he had to use his flash as well. It's a few scuffles, but we're still sitting at 1-1.
Yeah.
What was that latest First Blood? 24 minutes or something like that? That might be something that we could aim for in game number 3. Lowest kills was 11. We got to 12 at the end of the first game.
Ooh.
So that's another thing that we can aim for.
Canyon electing to start up the Rift Herald. He's trying to sneak it really quick and then maybe use the empowered recall that the Herald gives to get the reset and run over to the Infernal, perhaps anticipating that his teammates can buy enough time.
That snare onto Beryl, no knock up there for Nogari, is Deft going down pretty low actually. He's very squishy at the moment as Canyon going to be able to grab this Rift Herald and now move towards the Infernal Drake, but Pyoshik's already started that one up, and looks like DAMWON just don't really feel like they want to contest for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, Ornhorn just for some zoning. Kerry actually going to flash as there's the taunt. Dragon is going to be secured as DRX want to try and hold on to their outer turret mid, but it's not going to work. Shirley looking for another charge, but her eyes poked out, and Chovy gets rid of her. And the Ocean Soul will be the Drake of the game. 3 Oceans, a possibility for both teams, as Showmaker's going to take down the outer turret on the top side of the map.
And meanwhile, Doran looking like he's going to raise the bottom tier 1. He's letting as many minions as possible just go into the void.
Yeah, a lot of money getting wasted here as Pyoshik's playing goalie, making sure that his Jax isn't going to be in too much trouble. Showmaker stacking the deck quite a lot at the moment on his Twisted Fate. I got a bit of a fun fact for you. So far, Showmaker in his career has played 10 games of Twisted Fate. He's lost 1. And that was against DRX in the summer season. I believe it was the first round robin. So we'll see whether Chovy can do it again. Oh no, Beryl dropped his stopwatch. It's now broken.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You ever drop your phone and break it, get a new one, and then drop it again and break it?
Yep,
Okay.
I've done that. It's not, it doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't.
Definitely doesn't feel good.
Well, right now in this game, 700 gold lead right now for DAMWON, the Mountain versus the Infernal. And honestly, I really don't know what I'm seeing on Jax. I see a Kindle gem, and I'm starting to get some bad mojo.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We're going places with this one.
Yeah, I think I know whose name is on the front door of this particular establishment, LS, and I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about him.
Well, DAMWON on the flip side, though, already have the IE on Aphelios, almost has the second core item. It was the Lichbane second for Showmaker, and so I'm interested to see if he's going to try to go for the Death Crown as his next item of choice.
Hoping for a Magi's first, personally. As, okay, bit of a fight over the Brambleback as the taunt looking to try and come through here. Destiny goes down, Pyosik trying to get himself out of there, does so with the pounce as the heroic entrance comes in, but immediately it's interrupted. 4-man knockup from Noguri on the backside, but Doran is ripping apart DAMWON and looking to try and escape. Showmaker gets in, but he gets stunned by the counter-strike as the Empower's there, but it's not enough damage, and Showmaker takes down the Jax. In the end, it's a very even trade. I think it's DRX that came out on top as in goes Pyosik, wanting to take down Noguri, but it's Carrier that licks him to death over the side. Deft gets over there, takes down Ghost, and now Showmaker against the world. Deft wrapping around. Gold card has been locked for Showmaker here, but a 1 versus 3, not looking like something they're going to be able to do here as the Piercing Darkness comes down, and Deft just needs one more auto, and he will be able to take this one out. 6-2 in favor of DRX.
And DRX, with that fight, they catapult themselves into the driver's seat now in this game. They're the ones with the advantage, and they were sitting on some major core item completions. All of this started over a red buff Canyon. He got caught by Chovy. Doran was able to get on top of him. Beryl didn't have a stopwatch available inside of this fight. Not that it was going to matter all that much. Showmaker a little bit late on the pull with the gold card. Otherwise, Nuguri might have been able to help him bring down Doran and conserve his flash right here. They go back in for no reason. Nuguri gets tagged by a spear. He tries to headbutt into the wall to knock up Pyosik on his leap. Not quite able to do so. Deft goes over the wall, picks up the kills, and when all is said and done, DRX, they now have the gold lead, and they're going to be the ones in the driver's seat, at least for the next couple of minutes. DAMWON, they really need to bide their time for the ornaments to come in, wait for major core item completions. Ghost, he was sitting on Runons inside of that fight, but didn't yet have it completed.
Yeah, he had the gold, but couldn't actually put it together. You're exactly right.
Ooh.
Definitely a worry. Pyosik fishing for some spears off to the side as we've got 35 seconds on the first Ocean Drake of the game. Beryl clearing out vision. DAMWON feels like for the first time on the back foot, but not that much. I mean, it's 1.6k. As far as gold is concerned, not really a huge deal. And I want to alert you to something else as well. Noguri is now on 0-2.
Ooh.
Let that sink in.
Well, power spike is here.
It is indeed. Let's see whether it works out. He did get that 4-man knockup, which was pretty damn strong in the last team fight, but Doran was ripping apart the backline at that point in time. It worked out very well for DRX. This Drake looking to just belong. DRX right now, Pyosik just going to be taking that one down by himself. Split pushing is Showmaker, is now the rest of DAMWON looking for an engagement. No out of turret, remember, as Carrier finding himself a tongue lash. No, not quite. On to Ghost. Takes a lantern to get himself to safety. Ocean Drake in the meantime going to be taken, and DRX now trading up in these small scuffles and skirmishes. The opposite of what was happening in game number 1, where any sort of interaction between the two teams, it was always DAMWON coming out ahead.
Yeah. DAMWON were always the ones who were coming out with these slight edges time and time again, and then just eventually letting the game collapse onto them. Getting an update on Senna here, 42 souls, 55% crit for Deft. here at almost 23 minutes. Nuguri has hit 13. Canyon, I imagine, very close to the Black Cleaver completion. Looks like Rapid Fire Cannon gonna be the next item for Showmaker, and so there is still time. There's 2 ornaments that are on the side of DAMWON that are gonna be able to be upgraded as soon as Ornn starts hitting his levels, and they're really gonna need that in order to have more edges stacked up for them, because DRX, they're in a very comfortable position. Doran, he almost has the Trinity Force completed.
Yeah, actually just sitting on that Kindle Gem for the extra CDR. So wasn't deciding to build into the Black Cleaver. Maybe just wanted to have, you know, the CDR right then and there. I'm glad he didn't collect himself the Black Cleaver though. Much prefer the Trinity Force on the Jax. And there it is. Now it's completed. Blade of the Rune King and Trinity Force. Big power spike for the Jax. As Canyon takes a fair bit of damage from the Baron there.
Yeah.
Gets out with a quick draw though. 1,000 gold going to be the lead here for DRX.
And in terms of levels right now, Ghost is even with Deft. Canyon, I believe, is down 1 level, but then everyone else is pretty much even. We take a look at the vision score right now. Pioshik and Keria doing a pretty good job. Beryl and Canyon trailing ever so slightly.
This is a lot of vision control, actually, that Pioshik's been able to put down this game as well, and it might explain why DRX have been able to actually find themselves some objectives when in game number 1 they weren't able to. Of course, Ghost has Crescendum Calibrum right now, exactly when he needs them. Fair bit of ammo left on that one as well, as there's the Ornhorn. Nuguri looks for the knock-up onto Keria, as he doesn't get it with the Searing Charge. Oh my goodness, so many roots, but DAMWON are going to escape for the minute. Ghost on half health, the rest of DAMWON have turned up. DRX are pushing forward. Wildcards do not find anyone here, as Doran in the meantime is just on the bottom side, pushing forward. Nuguri gonna get spotted on that ward as, oh, the Searing Charge avoided beautifully by Doran there. Now looking for the 1v1, but there is a turret.
Yep.
In a pretty good position. Bramble Vest as well helping Nuguri in these trades, but not quite enough, as you can see. Collateral damage, not gonna be enough to keep that turret alive. DRX aggressive, pushing, taking objectives.
Yeah, and DRX, they're slowly but surely continuously just taking cuts at DAMWON, chipping away at everything. Nuguri has upgraded the Molten Edge onto Aphelios, and I assume that he's very close to level 15, so Canyon's gonna get his upgrade next. So in a minute and a half, when that Ocean Dragon does end up coming up, I expect a team fight to unfold. And when you look at the DRX members right now, Nidalee has Fiendish Codex, has Stopwatch. She's pretty much having Zanya's, so even when she completes the item, not a whole lot changing. Jax has now hit his 2-item spike. Galio gonna be the same champion for about the next 10 minutes almost. Looks like he's going Banshee's Veil as his next item. Senna's now at 3 items. She's gonna have ways to go until she completes her 4th. And so there's a lot of upside coming for DAMWON in the next couple of minutes, whereas DRX now, they're gonna start slowing down. But if they can win this next Ocean Dragon fight, the game gets very scary.
Yeah, because they are going to win in a split push scenario. Jax is going to scale much better in that regard than what Nuguri is going to be able to do. Relatively capable with some certain build trickery that you can throw down as the on, but definitely not going to have priority in that situation. As you can see, the goal graph, it's ticked over to a bit more of a DRX game here. DAMWON just looking to try and salvage their vision. Pioshik making it quite dark for them though. Puts a trap over, and now DAMWON will be able to get in there. And with 18 seconds left on this Ocean Drake, definitely a good time to start getting things in order. Heroic entrance going to be available from Chovy, but he's actually standing with the rest of his team as Doran looking for a little bit of a flank. That's going to be the route. But it's Beryl that they've decided they want to take down first. He's going to flash away. It's a decent knock-up. The hook is going to land onto Chovy. Dawning Shadow keeps everyone alive as the Ornhorn is denied. You can see Nuguri still very healthy. And look at the AoE. Showmaker flashes forward. That's going to be the Devour, but it's going to cost the life of Keria. And now in comes DAMWON, obliterating DRX. The Justice Punch will be stopped. No justice for you today, Chovy. As DAMWON, they say you can have your Ocean Drake if you want it. We're going to take the Baron.
Oh, and I like it, Nuguri. He turns around I think he's going, yeah, it looks like he's going over to the Ocean Dragon. He acknowledges, wait a second, there's a Cougar on the loose. He's heading on over to the Dragon. Ornn will beat Nidalee in this 1v1, and it looks like that is what's gonna happen.
Yep, Smite comes in, and no, it's a big Forge God as well as a Dragon that he has to fight as he pounces out of the way, but this will mean even on the Drakes. And I have a feeling Pyoshik isn't going to escape this one either, as, yeah, I think Cougar hunting is exactly what DAMWON are doing. Goodbye, Pyoshik, and DRX, it was looking good until it absolutely wasn't.
And it was really looking like DAMWON were just going to lose this fight. Beryl was really missing his stopwatch at this moment right here. He flashes forward. Chovy didn't get the taunt that he was looking for. Really good searing charge into the Ornn ultimate, just knocking up everyone. Deft can't interact in this team fight. Ghost able to heal back up a lot of HP. Showmaker with a lot of good control. Aphelios jumps forward, reminding them how many years old he is, as DRX just couldn't do anything in the extended team fight. They had that one window, and then as soon as they all go on cooldown, they really just run out of fuel fast.
Yeah, and I don't know whether they're going to get any more fuel in this particular game, LS, as DAMWON now moving towards this inner turret in the mid lane. Now going to be able to take that one. We'll see whether they break the base. It is 29 minutes. The game has actually aged quite a lot, as it is still only 7 versus 7 as far as kills. DRX will be able to keep this inhibitor turret alive for a little bit longer. That's some good poke onto Canyon, actually.
Well, Savant Maker here with the Executioners on Twisted Fate, not making any of his other teammates have to suffer in the gold department.
That's beautiful, because he's going to be picking targets as well.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's going to be auto-attacking a lot, and so he'll be the one to apply the Grievous Wounds, and this allows Canyon and Ghost to continue to power into other items.
That's stunning.
Well,
that's a big loss for Boris. He's been trying to sell that book, man. I don't know. Maybe he's out of stock.
Namakon's never out of stock.
Well, DAMWON, they're looking to take this turret off the shelves, and they will be able to do so quite easily. Here's the gold graph. We're having a peek back at it yet again, and now it's swung back towards DAMWON, as we've got a 4,000 gold Baron power play at the minute. 45 seconds until that one's done, as you can see, Doran was looking for Canyon and unable to close the gap. And DRX, it's feeling like game one all over again, LS. I don't know what they're going to do, but they need to do something.
They definitely do. And I like this. Look at the swap off. Twisted Fate sells his Executioners, gets the Zhonya's, and Graves immediately picks it up. And so now Zhonya's Paradox was completed.
Yep, that's going to be his ornament of choice. Very
Beryl,
nice.
Yeah, he has Zeke's and he has Mikhail. So it looks like he's not going to get the Salvation ornament upgrade this game, but not going to be the end of the world. When we take a look at all the levels as well right now, Chovy is down 1 level, Deft down a level to Ghost. And that's about it. The game still relatively even, but there is a lot of hidden gold on the side of DAMWON that the gold graph at the top doesn't tell you about.
Yeah. Does tell you about a bit of it. Of course, Twisted Fate just liking to pilfer a lot more money than most other champions, but you're right, these ornaments really stacking up as DRX on the ropes, trying to defend against DAMWON. As we noted before, the 0-2 power spike for Nuggery, he was 0-2-0 and is now 1-2-4. See whether that scoreline's going to look better, as he's a very, very tanky boy. Warmog's now complete. Great spear to land on a Ghost, actually. And not a lot of sustain on DAMWON, so now going to back away. Still 4,000 plus gold in the lead. But this was a game that belonged to DRX.
Yeah. And DRX, they were so far ahead at one point, but then just one blunder and everything went away. DAMWON, more and more items continuing to come in. Bloodthirst now on Aphelios, so it's not actually going to be the Death Dance that traditionally comes out on Aphelios. Meanwhile, on the flip side, though, Warmog's completed for Ornn.
Indeed. The Infinity Edge done for Deft, so if you're a David Freak Turley, just don't look. He doesn't like that item choice very, very much. But with Deft, he just wanted to build it. Get as much damage there as possible. We'll have a fair bit of crit as well at this stage of the game. It's Pyoshik trying to get vision in where he can. 10 seconds until this Ocean Drake will be soul point for whoever picks this one up. Chovy looking to try and get in there. Banshee's popped. We'll have Protobelt back available pretty soon, and also can join the fight at any stage. He'll pick up the mid-minion wave.
Oh, this is a really terrible angle fight for DRX, though. They're running into Ornn, unless Nuguri presses his R.
Yeah, that's going to be the knock-up onto Deft, though. Great Devour comes through. It is going to be the Drake secured by DAMWON, but can they win the subsequent team fight? Doran diving forward, but DAMWON just reform the Phalanx, and now look for the re-engage. Piercing Darkness keeps DRX alive, but DAMWON, they got what they came for. Now they'll move away.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do. Facing Soul Point now, Nuguri, he's going to clear in one more wave. And I don't know what DRX is really anticipating here. Baron's about to come up as well. That dance around the most recent Ocean Dragon is also telling us what to probably expect around this Baron. It's going to be pretty similar. Jax does not have his item completed. As we mentioned before, Chovy, he's stuck on these same items for such a long time. He's trying to get into the Rabadon's death cap. Nidalee, she's picked up a blasting wand, eye edge on Senna, so a little bit of loss to Shopkeeper. Boris very happy. But DAMWON, on the flip side, though, they haven't really gotten any major items either. Showmaker must be piling a lot of gold. He's been sitting on those control wards with the same inventory for quite a while.
Yep. All right, there's the Gravitum. He's going to land the stun as Zhonya's is going to be popped here, but the Kitty Cat doesn't have a lot of options. Oh my god! Is able to keep him alive with the Devourer's Carrier, and even the collateral damage not enough to finish off the Cougar. DAMWON, though, now they get the flash out of Pyoshik, they get his health bar extremely low, and now they have full control of this Baron. Doran off to the side, will get a control ward into this Baron pit, but that's going to be the face check from Chovy. He's a bit of a tanky boy, does have himself the Zhonyas, as he's looking to try and get himself out, and yet again, I think I've seen that play before, as Carrier gets his gargoyle to safety as well.
That is a tanky boy. As Pyoshik.
That's the flash gold card. Doran over the top, trying to get himself in there. There's the heroic entrance. They're trying to keep Pyoshik alive, but it fails. And that is going to be mid-jungle already dead. DAMWON picked as many fights as they could, trying to stop that Devour from keeping everyone alive. And they were able to do it successfully the third time. Now they'll be able to break open the base and take probably the safest Baron, if they would like to, unless they just want to try and push through for the win. Deft and Doran, they're going to try and hold on to these Nexus turrets. Carrier going to be there as well. Great double knock up there from Nuguri. Devour comes through onto Deft, but now that's going to be on cooldown, and the stun is going to land. The Senna taken down off the backline as Canyon takes matters into his own hands. Carrier, he had a stopwatch, but he now doesn't have his life, and a second Nexus for DAMWON will be taken. This team looking unstoppable today.
Yeah, they managed to pull it back in game number 2 off the back of really good team fighting. And DRX, with the team comp they had, with the position they had in the game, this is really scary because moving into game number 3, what does it really say? I'm not really sure, but DAMWON, they're looking very poised to just take this 3-0.
Yeah, this is really, really, really dangerous because now DAMWON will move back to the blue side, and this is definitely their more winningest side. I have, of course, been talking about that quite a lot today. However, that is a lot of wins on blue side over quite a large period of time, and DAMWON have only looked better and better and better as these last few months have passed, and that obviously hasn't been dropping off here. These games have just been in so much control.
The scariest thing is that they're putting the carry on Doran in that game. They're putting Chovy on Galio. Now, Galio is one of his favorite and I think premier champions that he actually has in his inventory. But again, this circles back to obviously no one else is getting the job done. So if DRX is going to have a chance, Chovy probably has to be on a champion that can just take over the game by himself.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Galio hasn't been it, but he was able to keep up in farm really well. Yeah. The early game was decent. It's a little bit of a danger, but to get a behind-the-scenes look on how the 2020 Anthem came to be, we can hear from all the major players who helped create the Anthem and their motivation behind its development. The episode drops on October 29th, and you can listen free exclusively on Spotify. And that will do it for us, and we'll see you back for game number 3 after we hear from our analysts.
You gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Don't bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. I want to take a minute here to look at probably the deciding fight in this second game between DAMWON and DRX. Now, DRX got off to a pretty good start here in this game. It was pretty even leading into this fight, but I want to look at how they tried to use Dorian to get into this fight and then DAMWON's patience to turn it around and ultimately come away with the victory. Right from the start, you can see that Dorian is going to be down here all the way in the river. There's not a lot of vision, so his pathway towards the rest of his team is going to be pretty clear here for the most part as he comes in on the side. But normally, we'd think about these top laners and you'd say, oh, well, doesn't he want to go for like this big flank around, try to come in from behind and really attack DAMWON's backline? line. Well, that's not necessarily the case for DRX in this game. Because they have the Senna and the Nidalee, they really want to make sure he's within range, we can get those heals and stay alive. So for DRX, they have to hit frontline first, but as you can see here, that ends up being a bit of a problem for them. Beryl and Nagari, they're standing inside the brush right from the start, and Beryl's the one that gets picked off. Didn't see Dorian coming around from the side, so he is going to instantly fall down. But look at this. Chovy's taunt only hits onto the Thresh. He was so close to a big 5-man taunt, but it does not come through. This means that everything from DRX is spent onto the Thresh. They don't get any value out of the Galio ult, and that right there, Dorian uses his E. As soon as Dorian's E goes down, he does not have the ability to jump into the backline, because then all of a sudden the Aphelios damage is going to be able to come through. The gold cards from Twist Fate are going to be a big problem as well. So at the start of this fight, it's a pick from DAMWON. They end up getting caught out, but they're able to turn it around no problem here, because Nagari is just so unbelievably tanky. They also held on to Showmaker's ultimate, so he's able to flash forward for the gold card, get the first kill, and then port into the back while Nagari waits for that flash E into the turret for that multi-man knock-up to turn things around and make sure they win that game. And this entire comp from DRX felt like it was really focused on making sure this Jax could get a lead, could play in these fights well, but as you saw right there, just one mistake, getting picked off, putting too much onto a tank frontliner and not a carry means you're going to lose a lot. I want to head over to our other analysts here as we chat about the rest of this game.
Yeah, and I'd love to take this opportunity to talk about kind of the Jax, but also top lane priority and the way the games are played and won in this meta and at the 2020 World Championship. Because to me, it seems like if you're going to run the Jax, especially into DAMWON's composition, you have to have a set of circumstances of things you need to hit for that to succeed. Could you lay those out for me, Yamato, and what actually happened in the game?
I think the key thing when you are picking something like a Jax is that you want to be in a situation where the Soul Drake happens very late into the game. You want to use the fact that you are stronger in skirmish and more isolated situations for as long as possible. If you're forced to be in team fights too early, you're going to be in trouble. That's why we like seeing the champion like Camille, because she can do everything. She can be a good, strong team fighter. She can be a good setup for your jungler. She is always good and strong in any case of the scenario. Another one, the big issue here with Jax into Ornn is that Ornn is also best friends with time, because by the time Jax begins to knock on turrets, Ornn just starts building items.
Yeah, and we even saw like once or twice down in the bottom lane, Jax with a fully stacked passive goes for a trade into a Jax and still only goes 50-50. So it wasn't like he was able to, going up into the Ornn. So it wasn't even like he was able to hard win through a side lane. You also start to see a lot of globals being put around a strong split pusher, and as soon as that happens, well, the ability to actually step forward and hit turrets when a TF is involved, even with a counter-strike, which is really strong in a TF, does become diminished.
Feels awkward, because I actually wanted to show us the replay of when it was going well for Jax, but we can actually look at it, because this was when I started to get a bit more hopeful, because ideally you want your Jax to get a bit fed, to get a couple of kills, to make sure that he can do something versus that Ornn later in the lane specifically, or in the team fights, Yamato.
I think the key issue here is just that the position.
Ornn, the 4-man!
I'm just looking at the weapons of Ghost, and he, right now with the change to Aphelios, he is very, very conditional, and like depending on what weapons he has, he can do a lot of damage in those situations. Like if he had the flamethrower, maybe DRX's position would be worse, but DRX were just way too compact. They one-shot the Graves, and Ghost on the Aphelios couldn't really do much in this fight, and Jax definitely delivered in that situation.
Jax delivered, and then you think, well, hey, now they're set up for success. So let me try and simplify this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. If you're a team like DRX, who you know that you are in essence worse than DAMWON, right? That's what we have to expect. So you have to be able to have the right compositions and the right moments in that game. Is it in that scenario a bad decision to go for the Jason in game 1, but a Jax specifically in this game, where they have a full team fight comp and an Ornn that will be able to withstand everything? Are you better off, like you said at the end of game 1, just to build your comp with a tank top laner and make sure you have other things you can work around?
I think that's the easy way of patching up the issues with DRX.
Okay.
I think if they are the ones that are playing the Ornn and they have lanes that they can actually play through in the early game, I think DRX actually showed some promise in the early game. But when their composition needed to do something else in the mid game to late game, something else than just run into the enemy, kind of run them down and just annihilate them, that's when the issues came in for DRX. So just simplicity in the mid to late game, make sure that you streamline the game early on because that's where your strengths lie.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about simplicity. It's so much harder to execute on a comp where all the resources are being funneled into a melee champion as opposed to some sort of like ranged DPS backline. So if all of a sudden you're playing a tank in the top lane and instead of a Galio in mid, you know, it's, you know, a Tristana, Caspia, Syndra, any of these ranged backliners that can pump out DPS, or something besides Ascendant in the bottom lane, it becomes much easier to walk into a 5 versus 5 in way less condition.
Yeah, it just seems that for DRX, they have to find an answer and they have to find it quickly. They are up against it. DAMWON is just stronger in every aspect of the game for now. It is do or die for DRX as they are on the verge of being swept once again.
Promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak. Oh, we coming right back. This time they're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I'ma just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
10年长河，我们随意选择一个节点进入，看到的也许是一次单杀，也许是一场胜利，
我们是冠军，
也许是一个背影，也许是一面对齐。从无到有，青年用电竞定义着世界，而世界用游戏拓展着边界。10年，电竞的树越是向上向太阳，电竞的根就越是向下向大地，而那些非议、污名和委屈，终于在时间的安抚里沉寂。离开和入场总在继续，但是热情会传递热情，坚持会点亮坚持。一个人是一场游戏，5个人是一个团队，10个人是一场竞技，一群人是一项运动的崛起。今天的世界赛已经站稳了脚步，但也面临着更大的挑战。我们期待在未来的联盟会有更多下沉性的基层赛事，有更多的灯光聚焦，更多双点击，让我们把期待和感动留给英雄联盟赛事的未来。
You just saw Shiri, the Oppo Campus Youth Sharer, take us on a trip down memory lane. This was brought to you by the Oppo Cam, making sure you can get an insider look at Worlds 2020. And we're about to get a look into the Champion Select LS, as Syndra has already been banned away, as DRX will remain on the blue side. I told a bit of a lie, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm used to the best of 5 format. Here at the LCK, this is of course loser gets side selection, and so DRX do have another opportunity on the blue side. The Lucian being banned away and the Caitlyn as well, very standard from our last game, as Syndra and Camille seem to be the blue side bans DRX feel they have to make.
Well, let's see if we are going to get Chovy on something that can actually just take over the game on his own accord. Honestly, the water in the background right now as it's panning on all the DRX players occasionally, it's making me think of the movie, was it 2012?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. What the heck? That one scene where they're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're about to get crashed on by the tsunami. Yeah.
And they need to get into their weird Noah's Ark. Damn, that was John Cusack, like back in, I mean, that came out in 2012. It's an easy one to know when it came out, actually. As I know there's a champion select going on, but sometimes when you get that mind meld and it works, I feel like we're ready for this game number 3. As Nidalee, going to be the final ban there, as Twisted Fate is going to hit the bench on DAMWON's side. And this is something a lot of people have been calling for. That is going to be the denial of Canyon's Graves. And that's going to go into the hands of Pyoshik.
Well, let's take a look at what DAMWON wants to do. As the response, Ornn being hovered.
Ornn Lilia could come out here. Lilia is going to be the one that escapes the ban list. Was in fact banned in both games on the blue side by both teams. Syndra, Camille, Lilia was the choice, but Nidalee feeling like something that DRX didn't want to first pick. Didn't want to trade the Graves with it either. So now Canyon thinking about whether he wants to take Bambi into the jungle. No.
Kindred.
Oh my goodness, this is a flex. That's it's called taking Pyoshik's name in vain.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Well, already a lot of scaling on the side of DAMWON right now. Let's see how DRX is going to try to respond to this one. Vladimir being hovered.
Oh, okay, that's going to be locked in as well. This was a Chovy pick. Dorian has, of course, played it as well, but the Vlad being locked away is very interesting. Vlad mid lane hasn't been played in a really long time.
I really wonder if they're going to try to go the route that TES went against DRX. If you recall that game, the final one, but that would be a really big blunder because DRX were very favored in that game before just botching a couple of late game team fights. But no, it's not going to be that way. Senna is just going to get picked up here by DRX. Is DAMWON actually going to go for a proper punish onto it now, or are we just going to see the handshake and maybe even just another Aphelios or something?
Yeah, Orianna
I'm
also available, and Showmaker considering that one for the moment. Going down the tier list as far as mid lane is concerned, Orianna certainly the second cab off the rank. And now DAMWON do have the opportunity of banning away a couple of those picks into the Orianna that Chovy might want to go with. See whether the Galio makes it through here, and whether Chovy actually wants to play it. Because this Vlad, we have to remember, is a little bit of a flex, but I don't know whether they want to take it into Orianna.
The thing here is, against Kindred and Orianna as it is right now, you really need something that beats Kindred and Orianna, which typically you have to try to outrange them. Now, with Vladimir being there, though, I don't know what DRX could really hope to go. Obviously, Ziggs is an option. You can just try to poke it, and then he has a satchel charge, so he's able to sort of jump out of the way of an Ornar. But you're looking for champions of that ballpark to try to come in and do something. The long-range artillery mages or something that can reposition, but I don't know what DRX is actually thinking or anticipating. Galio probably shouldn't come out because there already is Kindred and Ornn on the enemy team. But this is do or die. And Chovy was the Ziggs player, so could see something like that.
Would Ziggs Senna work in the bottom lane with Senna support?
No.
No? Just wouldn't work?
No, Atlas.
I just like talking about flexes, man. It's exciting. Ezreal going to be the final ban here. They're going to leave the Kalista up if that's where DAMWON would like to go. They're actually holding on to Ghost's pick until last. Wanting to see the whole bottom lane, as that's the Pantheon locked away. Was something that Carrier could have gone towards as well, so a bit of denial there also.
Really good timing for a Taric or something of that nature.
Yep.
There's a lot of trickery against Kindred, very good against Ornn, very good against Pantheon. But no, they're hovering Braum.
Oh, how exciting. Yep. Door versus Shield. See which one is going to come out ahead here, as now DRX going to have to reveal their hand.
Looking for long-range artillery.
Is this the Pyke mid? Ooh. Is Chovy going to do it? Oh, the Velka! You called this! You called this before the series started! And the Vel'Koz is going to be locked away. Oh my goodness, you have been looking at the World's Playoff script?
Well,
we swore that we weren't going to do that.
We've been talking about the inevitability of the eventual 3 making their way into mid as the next evolution of mid lane. Right now it's mostly Orianna, Azir, Corki were controlling everything for a long time, but the one-up to them is Xerath, Vel'Koz, and Ziggs. But no one's really been able to pilot them consistently enough to just make them the mainstream meta, and then once they come in, then very ancient mid laners like Fizz and other things start coming back. But Chovy on Vel'Koz, I mean, that is a 1v9 champion. So
Absolutely.
Let's see if he can actually do it.
This is also a positioning champion as well. So DRX are going to have to continue, like they did in game number 2, to level up that vision game and give the Vel'Koz actual avenues to get himself to objectives. Because if the game's like game number 1, where the map is just dark, the Squiddy's just going to die wherever he tries to slither. So dangerous. Let's see whether it's going to work out. There is so much late game damage on DRX. Like absolutely absurd amounts of late game damage.
It's quite an obscene amount of damage. And the thing is that the Chovy's on the champion that's the most important in the entire team composition. And that's where you want him inside of the draft. So if he can get ahead, there's no interaction that DAMWON really have unless they're very far ahead of him, in which case Vel'Koz can't weather the storm. He's just going to get cracked.
Yeah. Well, also, Canyon going to be taken to the Rift on his first unique champion outside of Nidalee and Graves. I believe he's been playing just those 2 throughout the entire tournament thus far. And so trying on Pioshik's hat himself with the Kindred will definitely be interesting. But I think everyone's going to be focused on whether or not the Vel'Koz is going to work out. Because DRX, I mean, if you're gonna make a play, do it now. Otherwise, you're going home.
Yeah. It's definitely do or die for them. We'll see how the early game is going to go. I am very curious how proficient Chovy is at Vel'Koz, because I don't think this is even something that's been popping up in solo queue, which means that all of his practice on it must be inside of scrims unless he has some sort of a secret ID. And this is not a champion that you
Chovy has like 400 accounts, by the way. He is one of those people that likes to be really secretive when it comes to like which accounts. I used to have a friend on Twitter who'd like show me all the accounts that Chovy's been playing, and I stopped checking after like the first 17 accounts or something like that. It was just a little bit ridiculous. So he might have one of those accounts where he's been playing a lot of Vel'Koz. But also, Chovy's champion pool is just very wide and very eclectic at the same time. But here we are onto the Rift. Chovy does have a pretty blingin' Vel'Koz skin as well. I wonder how it Odans. Do you remember that that Spazzy video about Vel'Koz? It came out a very, very long time. Might have even been before you started playing League of Legends, but Vel'Koz has one particular emote that he can spam. Makes him look like he's saying, oh darn. It's just great. Flash out from Doran. He does not want any part of this early game shenanigans. And that's a Vladimir now without a flash. Also, I want to say thank you to so many people that have been trying to inform me that, in fact, 2012 came out in 2009. So my whole world is crumbling around me. You're predicting Vel'Koz's out of nowhere.
Okay.
And then 2012 came out in 2009.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
Well, I've been losing a lot, actually.
I can tell.
Yeah. It's a rough time. Can you take it away?
Yeah, you and DRX have a lot in common.
Oh my god.
Tell you that much.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, that is exactly the state of this series at this point in time. DRX do have to win this game if they want to stay in the series. That's how best of fives work. There's Canyon starting off on his red buff. See where he goes afterwards. It's going to be mirrored starts for both of our junglers. As Chovy does manage to get a bit of damage down there.
And, well,
bit of engagement.
Does get the clear in. And remember, Beryl, he's on his patented Pantheon.
And this is the patented Ashe Pantheon bottom lane as well.
Yeah.
That I believe Team Dynamics played the most of over here in the LCK. Didn't really work out when it was in their hands, but in DAMWON's hands, it was utterly terrifying. Let's see whether that is going to continue to be the case. Of course, Carrier and Deft have been a feared bottom lane throughout 2020. Maybe not so much towards the end, but definitely at the beginning. As Ghost trying to take matters into his own hands here. Sim and Beryl do manage to get that level 2 first. The Q is going to be avoided. Doran's a little bit brittle, but not going to get procced on. As Beryl once again just in for a stun to get some poke down onto Deft, who piercing darkness is his way back to full health. Oh, walk shot. Not going to find the Graves this time.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But not going to be the end of the world. Canyon now moving on over to his Gromp. We're not getting a lot of mid lane pans here, which is a very interesting matchup depending on how it's going. It looks like Chovy's only used one corrupting potion so far. Orianna down one on the red pot. And the real strength of it in the later stages is going to be that DAMWON doesn't have anyone that can reach the Vel'Koz except for Pantheon. But when Pantheon uses his ultimate, he lands at a designated location, which means that if Chovy times it right, he just instantly knocks Pantheon up.
Yeah. Otherwise, it is going to be the Call of the Forge God from Noguri. But if he's using that just to try and stop a Vel'Koz, then you've got a Vladimir getting into your backline. You've got Graves doing a lot of damage. You've got Senna, who's going to be ripping apart your team. Like, there needs to be about 7 Rams in this game in order to make sure that all of the threats are taken care of.
Yeah.
So, let's see whether Chovy does get the space that he requires. And it's actually out of the DAMWON playbook, because they're a team that does like to play around multiple threats, and they just allow whoever has the most leeway to win a team fight for them. And it's been working out very well for them. And that is largely why they are currently up 2-0 in this series. All right, Canyon pressing W. Cool. Glad we checked in on that one.
And, well, Showmaker doing a pretty good job right now in mid lane. Hold on, big trade though.
A fight down here is Def. Not going to get stunned up just yet or anything like that. And DRX will limp away, but it is certainly a limp, as Doran not going to throw down his pool just yet. But losing out in these trades at the moment. Not something that Vladimir is too worried about. Of course, you have to remember that he trades with his health bar consistently. He's also able to miss that cannon creep, so I hope that we pan away from this lane, as that was sad.
Well, looks like Nuguri just trying to shove in this wave and go for maybe a reset. No, he's actually building.
Standing there, building a catalyst, no worries.
This surprises me a little bit because he would have had more than enough time to get the reset off and save his teleport. Now, he does have Spellbook, so it's not going to be the end of the world for him. Looks like he wants to shove in this wave because the next wave is cannon, so he'll have even more time, regardless of what Doran would try to do. Doran does reset prematurely, which is a little unfortunate, and now he's losing a lot of HP.
Yeah, goes back, gets himself that Fiendish Codex, so a bit of extra CDR for the Vlad, as Nuguri's going to take his opportunity now. So the Vlad's going to be absolutely fine. Both of these top laners just looking to try and scale. We saw the Vladimir, like you were talking about, in the top versus DRX series, the Vladimir came out on top as Canyon, Dance of Arrows, gets himself out of the way of Keria and Pyosik. It's Chovy just tectonically shifting the minion waves and trying to just farm up slowly but surely on this Vel'Koz. Looks like Showmaker's geometry has been pretty on point, working out where those Qs have been going. And this lane is pretty even.
And the thing here is the bot lane is oh, hold on.
Yeah, Ghost gonna get flashed on here as Pyosik flashes in as well. They're desperate for this kill as Deft is gonna be able to get that snare, and they do lock down First Blood. In the meantime, DAMWON looks like they're gonna be able to get this Mountain Drake, unless DRX get over here, but no, not quite in time. So opting for the money over the objective, and DRX trying to get themselves in the best early position possible.
And they're able to get away with this because that Mountain Drake was being captured. Beryl not there to really help with anything. Canyon obviously not going to be there either. And at the end of the day, the First Blood onto Pyosik, it does help alleviate some pressure, but Ashe is so far ahead in the CS department that it doesn't hurt as bad as it should have.
Oh, Q not going to land. And yeah, like you're talking about, definitely not the end of the world or anything like that. And DAMWON have fallen further behind than this in some of their other games. We have seen. Hasn't seemed to amount to much. As, okay, Doran in trouble. He's going to flash to get out of the way. Nuguri flashes on top of him. The Ignite is there. Oh! What? Just turns around and boops him. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, as the wave looks like it's going to be slowly pushing back towards Doran.
And what an unexpected kind of death.
That looked like a gentleman's agreement. It's like, yes, we shall both go down. I don't know. That was very strange. I like the walking back, taking it as tribute. Maybe that was Doran outplaying him because he knew that, you know, one of them was going to die. He wanted to make sure both of them did, so invited Nuguri back into turret range. Very, very strange.
Canyon, I mean, he tries to run top lane and instantly shove in, oh, Pyosik.
End of the line comes down. Canyon already at 200 health. There's the ulti. Pyosik stands off it. He probably wants to get back on there as Lambs of Spite says no. Beryl times the stun beautifully, and Canyon turns it around in his face. And that's going to go right into a Rift Herald as well. DAMWON taking everything.
I don't know what Pyosik is even thinking there. I mean, he's actually about to attack his most played champion too. You would think that he would understand how the trade pattern would actually end up going. And even though he gets Kindred very low, you see the effect of Lamb's Respite. You know that other people must be coming.
Yeah.
And so, very surprising decision here. Let's take a look at how this all transpires. So, Orin uses his ultimate, gets the knock up onto Vladimir. Ignite was cast a little bit late, and then right here, this was just a spacing game. And Nuguri ends up trading 1-for-1 there onto Doran, which I would say is a pretty good win for Nuguri.
Well, we'll see how it does turn out as this game progresses. Nuguri is going to be ahead in farm by just a little bit after he breathes on all of these creeps. And yeah, I mean, it was a 1-for-1. It's okay, but it was just a very weird way for it to eventually pan out. Deft getting a lot of value with that Piercing Darkness as he's now going to go home. Pickaxe now in hand. Taking his time when it comes to stacking up the mana, the Tear of the Goddess. And the Mana Mune not going to be completed just yet, I believe. Actually has to walk all the way back to his turret. See whether he can afford it on this next one. Good knock up there with the Syrian charge as Doran goes into his pool. Gets a bit of health back there up against Nogari. Crimson Rush. Actually just going to get zoned away, so Doran misses out on that extra spellbound.
And this game is still just very stable right now. And for a lot of people wondering, well, what is supposed to happen in the Vel'Koz-Orianna matchup? Really, I mean, Chovy is winning right now in the CS department, yes, but the real strength comes later in the game. Once the Vel'Koz starts getting a couple of items, once his base abilities have reached max rank, and then he's able to just be protected in the mid game and constantly unleash a barrage onto the opponents.
Yeah, not to mention all of the CC with the Glacial Augment. Certainly was why Vel'Koz was utilized in the bottom lane as well, largely by DRX actually, as it was something that Deft liked to pick up a couple of years ago. Pyosik getting on over here, just trying to see whether there's anything to steal away in the jungle. As Nogari does have to be careful here. Graves is on the loose. Now Doran moving past this minion wave. There's the Hemo Plague as Doran is going to find him. Red buff now is going to be there as well. End of the line. Hits once as Nogari going down very, very low, and Doran is going to be able to secure that kill. An unnecessary collateral damage, but a celebratory one.
Yeah. And now, I mean, the response here by DAMWON is to summon Rift Herald in mid lane.
Yeah, Life Form Disintegration Ray utilized just to get rid of the minion wave.
So they bounce back a little bit. Gold score kept pretty even.
Yeah, it's neck and neck, absolutely. Fun fact, Chovy played 3 Vel'Koz games in 2018 summer. Only went 1 and 2, as 2018 summer was the summer of KT.
Yep.
But it was Griffin's, you know, regular season prowess was definitely up there, even if they did like playing 3-game series. So surprised to see that it is a negative win-loss. As Canyon's going to find Pyosik yet again. We saw how this one went, and Pyosik, he is going to respond in kind, getting the heck out of there.
And Canyon with currently the mark set to Chovy, but not going to be able to find that at all in the near future. Ocean Dragon is available for the taking, whoever's going to get it first. Looks like it is being started up by Canyon. He's going to pull it out towards the... It's just not talking about it at this point. I mean,
that is a very disgruntled Ocean Drake right there. He actually just turns around and hits Beryl for... He's like, I'm so frustrated. Can someone hit me?
Ooh.
Ooh, Rift Scuttler is going to go to Canyon. I believe that was a mark as well.
And that is a very nice pickup. So they have the Scuttle Crab, vision, and movement speed in the event that a fight would break out here. Now, this is a very good time to fight because Chovy's very low on mana. Hello?
Well, Beryl's dead. So, maybe it is a good time for DRX to fight, as now Showmaker in trouble. He's actually going to have to flash as Chovy continues to have control of this lane. 2 plates for the Vel'Koz. Not something I was expecting to say, but he has had a bit of attention from the rest of his team. Now Pyosik is going to get to work on this Ocean Drake now, and we'll have a look at which soul we are going to be blessed with. It is going to be an Infernal once again. No Cloud Souls for the knockout stage just yet here at Worlds 2020.
Definitely continuing to just have very spicy dragons here. And now with Infernal coming up, this is going to make things yet again pretty interesting when it comes to the souls.
Yeah, Kindred with the 4 marks position as well. Definitely a break point. It's half the health bar now on Beryl. Beryl has to be a little bit careful. More careful than he has been.
Yeah.
And, 5 marks? Is that 5 marks now for Canyon?
I believe it might indeed be 5.
Okay.
I wish that we could get an update, obviously, on that one. Meanwhile, top lane, I mean, this is an island. This is definitely a gentleman's agreement up here. No one really doing anything too chaotic. Nuguri is a little bit down in the EXP department, but it's not the end of the world. Canyon's ahead of Pyosik. And meanwhile, in mid lane, I mean, everything's just very hand-shooken pretty much across the board. No one is going for anything super chaotic. The junglers, in all 3 of these games, for the most part, have just been pretty much staying on their side of the map, permanently farming, with very little interaction with one another.
We call that PvE over here in the LCK.
As I did just inform some LEC people on Twitter that Pyosik is indeed the best World of Warcraft jungler.
He is indeed.
In the LCK. He is.
His arena ranking may not be up there, but he's got a lot of purples from them raids. That's all I'm saying.
He's very well prepared for Shadowlands.
All right. Chovy looking for a little bit more here in this mid lane, just wanting to make sure that he can keep this one shoved and give Pyosik and Doran enough space to take down Shirley. We've crested the 15-minute mark. Didn't actually keep my eye on plates, as now Carrier looking to try and get out. Piercing Darkness says no to Canyon. But he does have a bit of control here, as you can see Ghost moving down towards the outer turret on the bottom side of the map. No plates to pick up, but they are still looking for that first turret. Try and feed a little bit of gold in. You can see a 30 CS lead for Ghost as well down here bottom side, and a teleport being forced out from Doran actually to keep this tower alive and to keep these teammates still in this one. There's the man drop coming towards the mid lane as Pyosik stays in amongst it. Chovy trying to get himself out of the way. Noguri is going to knock up the Graves, was out of range of the Vel'Koz's. There's a disintegration ray. Beryl gets himself out. But you can see Pyosik was not so lucky, and Noguri grabs that kill for himself.
And Noguri Beryl almost dying right there. Noguri actually behind enemy lines.
He's getting surrounded. There are 4 versus 2 right now. Can the rest of DAMWON actually get in here is the question. They're looking for the stun to land onto Noguri. Seer in charge. Knock up onto 3 as Showmaker gets a 2-man shockwave, and Def just gets obliterated. Now Canyon looking for a little bit more. Carrier gets out of there as Chovy with his Super Soaker, but he's in a water fight, and these guys are using bows and arrows. Still gonna get himself out. Look to replenish all of that mana. In the end, DAMWON actually doing okay in the fight that looked next to lost.
Yeah, that definitely was a lot of quick improvising by DAMWON there to make the best of a pretty bad situation. And they managed to get out. Chovy did go during that, so that is probably why Canyon, I guess, went over the wall. Now Doran on the Vladimir, he's 3-1-0 currently up in top lane. He has the call completed. The gold score still very, very, very close between these two parties. Not sure. Ooh.
That's a really nice sidestep there from Doran to start this one up. Proto Belt used as well. Remember, he's still sitting on the pool. This is a very difficult dive. Yeah, they're not going to be able to make it work, especially not without a minion wave. So Vladimir still pretty safe. Still has his flash.
Yeah.
Sanguine Pool's going to be up pretty soon too.
Not totally sure what they were anticipating to happen there. Pyosik is going to get Gromp right there. He's getting tagged a little bit by Ghost. Showmaker here as well. Maybe they can get Pyosik to use his smite and then he won't have it for the dragon, depending on...
Okay, Arrow is going to connect here as Chovy tried to disintegrate someone off to the side, but Pyosik is the one in trouble. Ghost, not a lot of mana, but he's got arrows, and he will be able to take them down. It is going to be Chovy falling as well on the fight on the top side. We'll have to check that one out in the replay as Kerry is going to get taken out by Showmaker. And this is all starting to go to hell in a handbasket for DRX.
Wait, did Showmaker summon a blue trinket and Pyosik misclicked onto it?
Not entirely sure.
I think that's what happened.
Well, Doran's trying to save this game right now. Has to flash to get himself out of the way, though, and isn't going to be able to take any kills. Does soften up the members of DAMWON, but that's about all he can claim.
Well, this is definitely going to be pretty interesting because DAMWON should be the ones that manage... Well, actually, no. It does look like they're just going to get the Scuttle Crab for now. Some of the members are recalling. Kindred's at 7 marks, 600 attack range. It's now the very same as Ashe. And no, actually, Pyosik is going to be back here with Deft. They're starting the Infernal. You can see Beryl, he's fishing for maybe a Q with the Execute, but not going to be able to get it.
Well, Canyon's the one going back to base, so not going to see anyone actually contesting for this one. Pyosik going to be able to lock that one down comfortably and quick draw over the wall. Let's have a look at this one more time as Beryl gets comboed, but I mean, the shield's just pretty strong as Chovy is able to actually get the kill.
Yeah.
And pays for it with his life.
Oh, wow, that was real. So they summoned a Scryer Orb in the path that Pyosik was clicking towards, and he misclicked onto it, stopping the retreat. So Graves locked up during the animation.
That's actually sick, though.
Normally this is something that marksman players can do in later stages of the game.
Shockwave, Doran not able to press his pull button. And that is going to be him taken down. Did do a bit of damage, as you can see, as Ghost now might be in trouble. Beryl comes down. That's an immediate cleanse of the arrow, as Beryl isn't going to be able to find too much damage there with the Q. And just a bit of damage traded back, but DAMWON definitely winning out on that front.
Well, game is definitely having a lot of chaos, and this kind of chaos is what Bel'Koz hates.
Yeah.
Hates the not stable gameplay where action's happening all over the map and he can't really do anything, because one of the things that he's very weak to is very spread out things, 1-3-1s and things of that nature unfolding. And
Pyosik and Carrier, the two rookies of DRX, might be in a bit of trouble here. Glacial Fissure pretty nicely avoided by DAMWON as Deft trying to come over. Dawning Shadow is way too late though. Good knock-up lands onto the Graves. Deft trying to take matters into his own hands as Canyon down very, very low. Chobi does a lot of damage, but Senna's just by herself. And DAMWON are picking DRX apart.
And DAMWON are just capitalizing on every slight map error that DRX is making inside of this game. And there's not really too much to say. Pyosik and Carrier, they are definitely, they're buddies. As they run around and just get killed.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's like watching a hunter and his pet.
Yeah, or just two pets, I don't know. That was not the greatest of positions to be in for the two youngsters of DRX.
Well, DAMWON, 2.5 minutes until another Infernal is gonna be coming up. And Pyosik is just, he's very far behind in this game relative to where he could have been at. Ooh, another arrow.
Yep, it looks like they're going to be able to pick this one up as Carrier does get himself into a safer position, and Beryl's the one now in trouble. Deft grabs that kill. Another disintegration rate gets the flash out of Showmaker. Now Noguri up to the side. Ornhorn not off cooldown just yet, as Shockwave is going to be up, so Showmaker does have an opportunity to turn a fight around, but it is a 4 versus 5, and DRX are continuing to push further forward. Control Ward trying to get control here as Showmaker throws his own ultimate back. Canyon grabs the kill in the end. Hemoblade goes down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Just Canyon going to be tagged with that one. Another fight in the other front as Noguri looks impossible to damage. Deft getting back into a decent position though, and you can see Showmaker, he dealt with the Vampire, and now Pyosik 1 versus 3. Here's the ramp, but it's going to miss. The man drop from Beryl just to close the gap as he flashes on top of Pyosik. And now DAMWON once again turning a fight on its head and now looking for a Baron.
And it looks like they're going to be able to get the Baron. This is going to persist into the Infernal Dragon, so they'll probably pick that one up as well. Ornn might ding 14 off of this, and that means that ornaments are going to start getting ready to be bestowed to his teammates. And yeah, he does ding 14. Let's take a look at this. So this was pretty awkward for Chobi. He didn't know about Showmaker, I don't believe, to the north. And so he was trying to play a little bit of a foot dance there with Canyon, but not quite able to do it. Ends up getting clipped. He goes down, and DRX just being way too overly aggressive in this fight. Noguri flashes forward to try to speed up the animation, perhaps anticipating that Deft was then going to try to flash in response. And so by flashing forward to make everything come out faster, it could mess with Deft's muscle memory.
Yeah, and Deft did actually flash it, so kudos to him there, but still wasn't enough to get anywhere near a victory in that team fight. And Might of the Ruined King, like you were talking about, going to be the first ornament bestowed. And Ghost, I tell you what, he's had a pretty good series. This is a matchup that Ghost has always struggled in the history of the LCK, but summer of 2020 feels like the time of the Ghost.
Oh, it definitely
at Deft's
does.
number.
And you know, this is his month, Alice. It's Halloween.
Hey, that's true.
This is. Ooh, the finals are on Halloween.
Well, DAMWON are there.
Oh man, well they are. Check the script.
No, I told you, I'm not looking at the script. You peeked at it, and you weren't allowed to. As Noguri is going to use the Bellows Breath pretty nicely there, but still going down relatively low. There's the Glacial Fissure, but that will be avoided by listing lazily to the left. And okay, Doran feels like he might have found something here. Tides of Blood to do a bit of work, but has to use the pull. Actually avoids the arrow with it as the flash out of the Shockwave. But now Showmaker's the one on the attack. Brambleback gets a little bit frustrated, but you can see he's now just chilling. So this 1v1, I don't know whether it's really going to work, as the Crimson Rush comes in, eventually gets it onto Ghost there. The Tides of Blood coming forward, looking for another Q, does not get it. In the meantime, Deft is going to be taken down in another skirmish. It's a pretty good ultimate out of Canyon there, and that's going to mean that Pioshik can't make things work. Chovy, can he be to the rescue? Nice knock up onto Beryl as Canyon looks for it. Carrier taking a lot of damage. One more auto will land, and that will take down the Brawn. That's the ace for DAMWON. It looked messy, but in the end, that's a 5-0.
Well, this is going to be DAMWON marching up mid lane, and the game was just constantly scattered without any sense of stability on the side of DRX, and that's what their comp should have been all about, is maintaining control, letting Chovy and Deft carry everything from afar while having Vladimir go the distance, but they were so overeager at every point, and DAMWON happily clapped them.
Exactly right. That's going to be another 3-man knock-up from Nogari. This Nexus very soon to go down, and DAMWON looking absolutely unstoppable in this first quarterfinal. 3-0 as many predicted, but I think the assuredness of this win from DAMWON is going to be striking fear into G2 and Gen G.
Yeah, I think this is a very scary team to go up against, even though the games were very stable, with the third one being the most exception to that rule. DAMWON clearly showed in game number 3 that they're willing to tango if people do want to get aggressive, but at the same time, they're fine to just scale up and then take their opportunistic fights that they were actually so known for in LCK.
Yeah, exactly right. And it is a bit of a sad day as well. I mean, I'm sure DAMWON didn't want to be eliminating another LCK team in their first playoffs match here at Worlds for 2020. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately, if you want to be the best, you have to beat everyone else. So it doesn't really matter. As DRX still need to hold their heads high. I don't think a lot of people had too many high hopes for this team, looking inconsistent towards the end of 2020. Their groups run was much better than I expected personally. Absolutely. And they have 2 young rookies as well who do want to prove themselves here on this world stage. And I think they did in the group stage, even if they couldn't come up against the might of DAMWON successfully the second time of asking.
Yeah, and I think that DRX, they really went the distance this year. They came in with the rookies, like you're mentioning, and they really showed up. Carrier, a lot of people consider to be one of the best supports in the entire world, if not the best from the LCK. Beryl obviously up there as well. They collided here today, and it was a good run.
Yeah.
Obviously not what they were probably hoping for when they rolled DAMWON, but it happens.
Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes luck's on your side, and it isn't really when it comes to coming up against DAMWON. But let's check out DAMWON's Mercedes drive to victory. This was the skirmish in the river at about 18 minutes into this game. And honestly, it felt like chaos, but DAMWON were just better.
Yeah. No, they were a lot better. This was Pioshik and Carrier just randomly deciding that they needed, it was imperative for them to get the blue buff. And they ended up just getting caught and both dying for it. And they did this several times together throughout the course of the game. This really felt like that gif of, is it Childish Gambino when he comes in with the pizza boxes and the house is on fire? That's Chovy.
Yep.
That is, there was no way to stabilize this game so Vel'Koz could do what he was picked to do. And it really just made no sense.
In isolation, actually, Chovy did okay, but I do want to talk about Showmaker. I feel like Showmaker was the one that was really enabled in this series and has finally showed up to the world stage in the way that we want to see him. But, ladies and gentlemen, our Worlds 2020 coverage continues after this as our experts are ready to tell you more about DAMWON's win.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
在以后，除了傻傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the
Welcome back to Worlds 2020, where we just saw DAMWON sweep DRX in our first quarterfinal. Oof, Pioshek, I get it. I would feel bad after that too, because for DRX, when you look at it, it's just kind of, they went through this.
Deja vu.
A while ago, right? And they then go through the group stage. They get a top esports in their group. They actually show improvement throughout that, and then get drawn into DAMWON and have to play it again. And I think for many of us, we expected more out of DRX. And for me, it's hard to see how good DAMWON was, because they clearly are, and how much DRX also dropped the ball both in draft and in execution. So I'm going to leave it to you.
Yeah, it was just really interesting because I think we saw, at least in the LCK finals, that DRX tried to play a little bit more early game focus, playing through their jungler a lot to get leads, and then they were shut down in the mid to late game. But in the drafts today, it was all about matching the scaling of DAMWON, but just executing on it worse in the game and not setting yourself up to the same level I think DAMWON.
Yeah, for sure. I think DAMWON just showed time and time again that they understand how the compositions need to be played out. They waited for those moments and capitalized on DRX's inexperience. I think, you know, we talk about DRX's bad drafting, but what I want to highlight and celebrate, because drafting is difficult.
Yeah.
Especially in the current meta and the current state of things where everyone's so open-minded. DAMWON always deliver, and I think this is a skill coming into future best of fives.
Can you elaborate a little bit on why it makes it so hard to draft precisely? Because as you say, all teams that are here in the knockout stage have relatively big champion pools and have a lot of options, but that's not always easy.
I think what it comes down to is understanding the relation of each champion in context of everything else that has been drafted. For example, in the case where they had Kindred and all those ranged champions into a Syndra, you're going to have a hard time because you lack engage because the enemy outranges you. So that is completely your responsibility. And I think if you look at DAMWON, always they recognize what is missing in their compositions to really tie it together. Whether it's an Orden on third pick or it's a Leona, they always find a way to neatly always have some kind of bridging pick that makes everything make sense in the end.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what we would see with the DRX was focusing on maybe individual matchup or like this champion works against that champion, but less of that whole cohesiveness with everything meshing together nicely.
And that seems to have been an issue with them for a long time, right? And maybe it was over-positive by us to think that they would be able to find a lot of answers, especially into a team like DAMWON. Do you think
we both predicted a 3-0, okay?
Yeah, you did. So do you think that then they should have gone for, because you always talk about ease of execution, you did for DRX a couple of times as well, just make it easier for yourself. And I know you can't ban out anyone out DAMWON, but would it then not also just help you to ban out the Ornn, help you to ban out the Graves and the Nidalee, and know that at least you don't give them immediately that S tier, even though it's still going to be very difficult?
When we were preparing against DAMWON in the regular season, it also always felt like there is not enough bans to put DAMWON in that position. It's like you reach a certain level, and when you reach that level that DAMWON has, there's no bans that are going to push them out of the game. There's nothing that you can really target. DAMWON is a very well-rounded team. And when you begin to look at these band-aid solutions that we maybe saw in play-ins or maybe in group stage, pick the Ornn for simplicity. When you want to beat a team like DAMWON, you can't look for band-aid solutions. You need to have everything down to the pin. DRX had one strength, which was the early game, and maybe they could piece it together. But even that was something that DAMWON had full control over through their bans, because DRX didn't have as much flexibility like a DAMWON.
Yeah, DRX sort of gave up, I felt like, a lot on playing the early game style. And then to speak a little bit more about like banning, I again don't think banning out anyone is necessarily the right answer.
It's not out,
They banned the Ornn first rotation in game one, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was taken a little bit earlier in the draft,
Good point.
later games. But like game one, you know, Yamato already mentioned it, there's no engaged frontline. And then game three, we see the same thing, where the only frontliner is Braum, and Braum can't really take space on his own either. Like, I think like having a Nautilus, where we saw the Leona from DAMWON in game one, offers you so much in terms of threat, because DRX could walk anywhere on the map, but you don't exude any threat, because what's going to happen? Graves ease forward on you? Like, that's not that great.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and we have those thoughts about DRX's drafting and also just the way they played. But at the end of the day, it's going to be very hard to beat a DAMWON anyway. They are an extremely strong team, and I think that's what we should direct the conversation to. You already said drafting against them is hard because they are so good at drafting throughout their versatility, but also the coaching staff who always make it work. And I think when you look across the individual players, they're also fantastic. And the Oppo player of the series for this one is actually Showmaker. Atlas started to make the point when he got Oscar musicked out of his caster points, but it's very hard to choose a player of the series for DAMWON. So,
Coach Zeph,
what makes it go to Showmaker in this one?
Yeah, I think I was pushing for Showmaker. I think there's an argument to be made for Nuguri. I know that Denda really wanted to.
Look, it was Kingdom in this game.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of kingdoms just cooperating here. I think Showmaker had the task of playing against a Chovy, who was heralded as the best player coming into the series from DRX's side. I think that matters. I think Showmaker showed a great Cinder performance, good Orianna performance, a good Twisted Fate performance, just overall good flexibility and solid gameplay throughout.
And may I ask, are we just not going to see Rockstar mid lane performances that much as we have in the past? Is it just going to be you can play an Orianna to perfection that can also look dirty? I mean, look at Jensen versus G2, for instance, or in this game as well. But it doesn't seem like there's as much. It seems like it usually goes to control mages in the mid lane, or some that can have cross-map effect like a Galio, but not the crazy things anymore that we saw of years past.
I think that it's important to say that mid lane, maybe it's not as flashy, right, when you're playing for your jungler, but it's still a huge impact. Having a really strong laning mid laner who takes control over the lane and can assist the jungler and how they want to play for enemy raptor camps and crabs and all this stuff, like, it still has a major impact in the games, even if it isn't as big, as powerful, as flashy as prior years.
Yeah, I think also as we go deeper into the tournament and as the meta develops, today we saw some jungle bans. Maybe more jungle bans will begin to land. Maybe teams don't want to give up a Graves first pick to pick up the Kindred, as we saw today, because you can draft a composition that thematically counter Kindred. So maybe with more jungle bans coming into the picture and us being pushed towards maybe a set jungle again, maybe the Volibear comes back, then maybe we're going to see the classic style where everything is about the mid laner, the 3v3 fights on mid, where the support is supporting the mid laner, some things that we saw with top esports, maybe a G2. I think there is some potential for that to come back. But now with the current jungle meta, the focus is on that and their camps. So it's all about whatever advantage you get in mid lane, instantly becomes transferred in terms of gaining information, gaining prio for your jungler. It's all about spreading it quickly instead of just gaining a lane advantage.
Oh, nice. Thank you for that context, you guys, because, like, you know, you always want to see the Akali's versus the Aurelias, but that's just not something that's very viable right now either, especially from Aurelia's side. So with that, I don't think anyone has gained too much from this best of 5 if you're going up against DAMWON in the next one. And that's going to be G2 or Gen G, depending on who wins it there as we look at the bracket now. It's such a hard one because it almost feels like you just saw the same thing that you saw in the LCK Summer Final. And I wonder if that's going to be a good thing for DAMWON going forward. Because on the one hand, they didn't really have to show anything that, you know, any future competitor in then Gen G or G2 could walk away from and say, this is how we beat them.
I think it's super interesting because we have, you know, obviously today was the LCK versus LCK matchup and the LPL versus LPL is going to come tomorrow. These matchups where you play against teams that you've played against all year are completely different to when you're facing a new team because, and this is something Frost talks about all the time, but it's about like finding the individual tendencies and you're playing the enemy team as opposed to playing your game a little bit more because you just know the ins and outs. You know what the enemy jungler is doing in Fog of War even if you can't see him. It's these types of things that you really get a read on. So I feel like we didn't see a lot because DAMWON were the better team and DRX didn't really challenge them, but this team is still incredibly strong going forward.
Yeah, for sure. I agree completely with the notion that DAMWON facing off against DRX is a matchup that they know each other so much and they played 18 games already this year.
Yeah.
So that's something that they've figured out and mapped out. So there's no need to really show anything else. The question is, how is DAMWON going to, you know, function against, for example, European team? Like if they face off against Gen G, we might have just a similar
the
story
same
once
thing,
again.
yeah.
And then maybe in the final, an LPL team or maybe Fnatic, who knows? I'm not making predictions here. Just to talk about, you know, the context of DAMWON, I guess the question is how are they going to be handling with the curveballs that might come from different regions? And if they're as precise in draft as they are against some of these teams like DRX, DAMWON is looking as a very, very strong favorite.
That they are. And we'll see indeed, you know, if anything, we do want to see some cross-regional play, right, before we get to the final, but it might not happen indeed if Gen G qualifies over G2, so we'll see. But I think we still walk away with DAMWON's really strong, and there's really nothing more to say. We didn't really learn much more today, so hopefully the guys in cooldown can give us some more insight. But that was all from us here in Berlin right now, and we'll be right back with everyone, Dash and friends, for cooldown.
For me, this is what literally made the name of Huni an international play.
And that is the miracle play that keeps CLG alive.
This was a magical moment to show that finally North America can actually strike against the world's best, actually take games, and actually go far in tournament.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Mercedes. 'Mercedes. 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 with astonishing power. Unstoppable. Master warriors. Ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
Hello and welcome to Worlds Cooldown presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds. We are into the knockout stages and one quarterfinal is already behind us in dominant 3-0 fashion. I'm Dash, joined by Valdez, Spawn, and Kobe to break down the happenings of the day. Valdez, I'm coming straight to you because DAMWON Gaming, a dominant victory, very reminiscent of a recent series over there in the LCKs, as some might recall.
Yeah, the thing is on the pre-show, Shox asked me, what have been the developments from the end of summer to Worlds? And I thought to myself, and it was pretty much that DAMWON just continued to be really great. And DRX, while they hadn't shown too many mistakes, I kind of knew it was coming. If you watch them enough in the LCK, you know that either they're going to, do the old Janair thing where it's like you sit there and you wait and you slowly die like they did to Top Esports and to DAMWON in Game 1. Or you have a Game 3 where it's like no holds barred, everything out the window, crazy game, like everything's all over the place. Well, at least Game 3 was a bit of fun. So
yeah,
that.
And I really do feel like when you watch these two teams play, that DAMWON just cover DRX's strengths insanely well. and they have similar objectives on the map. So when you like cover someone's strengths, but then have different strengths of your own and different members that can perform and pop off in the way that, you know, you have a look at people like Showmaker or Noguri, it really does just make you nervous for how the series is going to play out, because you have to play at such an elite level as DRX across the board to be able to take down this down one lineup, and to be able to do that in a best of 5, well, that seems like an ask too big at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like I was kind of disappointed because I wanted DRX to reach more for some versatility. Because to Brendan's point, you know, I went back and I watched in preparation for this best of series the last game of the LCK finals. You know, the one where he gets a quadra kill at the dragon and steals the dragon, and at 16 minutes you're just like, okay, well, yeah, you know, you've been done in. I wanted DRX to really try and push it harder, go for level 1s. You know, in the group stage, we saw them have games where they were trying to actually set up Pyosik really early on. You know, they have had Pantheon support going to deep board for him, get him Nidalee so they can try and counter jungle and start some sort of game plan. But if you play versus DAMWON and you try to play the slow one, setting up for these objectives, you know, Nuggery back on Ornn multiple games in a row, they're fine with that, and they'll just you know, slap you down.
And you got to wonder, Valdez, because I love that you called the shots there in referencing the finals and the two types of games we could see. Games like this, game 1, where it's slow bleed, and games that go off the rails quickly. We got them both in this one.
Yeah, we did. This first game, I wasn't sure what to expect, right? They had this big fight around the Rift Herald that LS very nicely pointed out. You know, it didn't exactly have to happen, but it was pretty interesting. And then we had this nice play from Keria, actually, where he is really doing a great job in this first game of just mirroring everywhere that Beryl goes. And he just had an excellent job of doing that. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough because, you know, although he was in the right place, he wasn't really able to pop off in the same amount that Beryl was later on in the game. And, you know, a nice assist, but DAMWON just a little bit too clean in this game.
Yeah, that game, I actually had a little hope, you know, right? Because you mentioned the Keria play there for some defense, and then Pyosik was able to steal that one dragon to buy them some time, and you're like, okay, you know, maybe they can stall it out and get a big team fight, and then DAMWON just crushed them in the next team fight anyways, and you're like, okay, well, I guess we see where this one's going.
I think there's a whole bunch of matchups that we could hone in on, but specifically this jungle matchup, and I do want to come back to you, Valdez, on this. Why do you think it is that Canyon seems to have Pyosik's number?
Well, it's a little bit of what I was saying in the pre-show, where Canyon, I think, is a little bit more active, whereas Pyosik, you know, he tries to go for plays. They're not nearly as clean. Pyosik, in this series, he did suffer a little bit because his lanes, to be fair, right? Like, game 1, it was pretty much a stomp right from the get-go that ended up starting from Ghost and Beryl. And then for the rest of the games, Nuggery was just always seemingly ahead of Doran, no matter what the matchup was. And by ahead, I don't mean, you know, getting solo kills and doing this and that, but he's putting on pressure. Even if he's in like a tank versus a carry matchup like the Jace, he's still doing a really good job staying alive up there and always seems to be in the right place at the right time for ganks. And Pyosik was just never really able to get nearly as much done as Canyon. And I think, honestly, it just comes down to a bit of skill difference. I think Canyon is just right now a much better player. He's one of the players alongside of Beryl that after the mid-season cup against China, where he just skyrocketed in skill. Whereas Pyosik, you know, he was always really good. He's quite good, but he didn't really have that skyrocket in performance that Canyon had. And I think for sure Canyon is just one of the best junglers right now. And Pyosik really struggled the entire series to try to catch up to him at all.
Spawn?
However, the big thing that impressed me kind of about how DAMWON attacked the jungle, and I'm sure Kobe wants to jump in here as well, is like, if you watch that first game back, first Scuttle Crab spawn is like, you have Pyosik actually pathing down towards a Caitlyn Lulu lane that has to burn double summoner spells at literally level 2. Like, that means your Scuttle Crab bottom side's gone. Then you path back top. It should be his double Scuttle Crab game, while the Ornn cheats off top lane and helps out, you know, Canyon again, and Noguri just willing to sacrifice himself to be able to get it ahead. Actually, it was a Canyon, not an Ornn, but like, this is like just really great jungling as a team for the overall DAMWON lineup, and I feel like it bleeds into their neutral objective as well. Like, they're able to actually play for river control early. Like, they're willing to push unorthodox lane. They'll go through bottom lane often to approach dragons. We saw in this game, actually, they approached Herald through a top lane push, and then were able to collapse down from both blue buff and top side, and it just creates such unique angles and different looks that, you know, probably you're not used to seeing out of other elite teams.
I wonder what that number would be if we add Scuttle Crab to the graphic just below us. But Kobe, do you want to hop in here on the Jungle Point neutral objectives?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to call back to the very beginning of the day, you know, where DRX fans still had hope. And Brendan did a good job of setting up the jungle matchup. It's like, you know what? This is classic herbivore versus carnivore jungle matchup. And I was like, you know, in group stage, we got to see a little of the carnivore from Pyosik. And I was like, you know what? That's why I keep talking about setup. And I wanted to see, you know, some of the level 1 strategies or some different champion selects to try and get that aggressive look out. But Canyon just made a full herbivore out of him this time around. And it wasn't just Canyon. As Swan is mentioning, one of the things Canyon does so well is playing off of the lanes that earn those advantages for him, and then it makes it look really devastating.
Yeah, coming back to one of your original points there, Valdez, this is a gold graph that understanding team comps can play into, you know, who would have the advantage at a certain point. But if we're near even beyond that 25-minute mark in a matchup between DAMWON and DRX, the game is almost always certainly going to DAMWON at that point.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, LS did a pretty good job of noting some of the scaling that DRX had in their comp, right? The Orianna and the Caitlyn, and some support there alongside of it. But at the end of the day, DAMWON just straight up outplayed them. Like, it was like this slow suffocating effect, like we used to see out of old SKT, where it's like they would get ahead and they would never let go of a lead. And it doesn't really matter what happens. DAMWON is kind of like the same in that feeling, especially in some of those games where even if it looks close, it doesn't feel close because DAMWON is just so good.
It made me think of playing games when I was younger versus my little brother. And I got to be DAMWON, and he was always DRX. And I was like, there's nothing that you can do in any of the games that we play, and you know it.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Okay, that's bringing me back to my games against my brother as well. It was probably shorter-lived for me, though, my dominance over my brother. Today's State Farm Assist of the Day, though, it's going to go to DRX's, or not DRX, it's going to go to DRX's carrier, rather, for his defensive Doran in the top lane dive. And Valdez, through the highlights, you called it out, but now let's hone in on it a little bit more.
Yeah, basically, you know, we always expect Beryl to be ahead of the play. He is the biggest roaming support, and I know we've got Lumao in the tournament, but man, Beryl has really stepped it up in that facet. But Keria, this was not even the first time. He is here right at the right moment, gets there to make sure Doran does not die, and also gets the wild growth with the double knockup, keeps them under the turret, even baits Beryl in for a little bit extra there. And it's at that moment where you're like, huh, maybe Keria's done his study. He's following Beryl around the map. He could turn the tides here. And then even after that play, it's like, wait, but DAMWON are still ahead by like 1,500 gold, and Canyon is in Pyosik's jungle again, and they're like pressuring the bottom turret for some, you know, it's always like they're just seemingly one step ahead at all times. But still, good play from Keria, at least.
Yeah, but you really hit it on the head, because what actually happened in that play is I think that's a great play from Carrier, right? He matches a roam. But for some reason, you saw like the Deft ultimate come onto screen. Like, why the heck is Deft top lane as well? Like, what's he doing up there? Like, why are they committing so many resources like to actually shutting down this roam when the Jin's just sitting bottom lane, as Valdez said, whacking the turret and like gaining priority, costing 6 creeps, moving up river, being able to pressure mid lane at the same time. Like, I do feel like that's a great reactionary play, and you know, a lot of cis sometimes are that way. But I just want to applaud like kind of how proactive Beryl and Canyon are together on the map. They really do push the pace of the game in DAMWON's favor a lot.
In some ways, though, Spawn, that feels indicative of what DRX felt needed to happen in order to win or take a game in this series, right? That it was going to have to come from players like their jungler and their support playing the map, as opposed to the solo laners who, on the side of DAMWON, are just dunking left and right on people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to carry Kobe's analogy to the extreme, right? But this kind of does feel like that, because like you model your game on someone, and it looks like to a certain extent, DRX has modeled their new facet of the game on how DAMWON play the game. So they're playing a similar style of League of Legends, and you know, that is actually the scariest thing, because if you play someone in a sport or in League of Legends the same way, but they're better than you, it actually lowers your chance of winning. Whereas, you know, if this is a team with crazy solo laners, which it is in DAMWON, and you just play purely around bottom lane and bottom lane dives, and, you know, sacking Prio on the top side and allowing your top laner to get dove, maybe that 1 in 3 games, you're actually going to be able to create an upset. And I think that that is why these games do look so one-sided. Because as you said, the gold graph is completely even, but then you look, it's 4 dragons, it's 2 Rift Heralds, and it's a big advantage in the jungle, and DAMWON has just run away with another.
Valdez, then Kobe?
Yeah, and just to go upon that mirroring styles point, you know, like playing like your older brother, if you will, really the difference came again after the midseason when they got stomped by China. But DAMWON was always the one team in the LCK that seemed, well, DAMWON and DRX were the 2 teams actually that were willing to play a very aggressive style, a little bit of solo queue-esque, like all over the map, going for dives and crazy stuff, whereas T1 and Gen G were more of the safe, old style, you know, the traditional Korean style. And it's funny that over the course of time, as DAMWON got better, as they were the most used to this solo queue-esque style, DRX were right behind them. Gen G, also in the LCK, were playing a much more aggressive style, even though they're normally known for a very passive style. T1 was the one team that did not change, actually kind of stayed with the very passive style, and they're the one team that's not here. So it's kind of interesting to see that the 3 teams that adapted are here, and also the team that adapted the best and seemed the most, you know, willing to and in the best position to adapt was DAMWON, and now they're on top.
Kobe?
Yeah, I just also wanted to add on to that I was sad we didn't get to see DAMWON pushed to show their versatility in this match, because they have so much more, and it feels like they didn't have to show anything, you know, moving towards semifinals now. So their next opponent isn't. Like, we didn't even get to see Nuguri on, you know, solo carries for the top side. They were happy to just kind of hold them at arm's length and say, well, you can't do anything about me on Ornn. You're still not going to be able to do anything when we're on Ornn and we have team fight. Okay, then we won't have to flex our other muscles. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm excited to have DAMWON moving on, and I'm excited to see who they're going to go up against next.
Yeah, he didn't have to play carry champions to carry. The closest thing to a carry would have been that Kennen pick, and then double Ornns from then on in Spawn. I mean, the response of Jax there in the top lane definitely indicates that perhaps they were looking for their answer out of Doran in the top lane, but it just didn't materialize.
Yeah, and I think this was actually the best draft that DRX put together, because we complained about no frontline in game number 1. Really, it's just a full poke comp that can't get area control. This game, you have a side lane to play towards. You have a semi-global ultimate to be able to help out with that in the Galio. Then you have Tahm Kench as well for some additional safety, because picks were being generated the entirety of this. But once again, just credit to Nuguri. And whilst I do agree with all the points that Yamato played, I think that Nuguri, to me, played like the best game across the 3 of them, because he completely shut down this Jax. In fact, the Jax got a couple of kills in one of the team fights and still wasn't able to gain any pressure in the side lane. Now, we've seen 369 and Bin play this champion. You need to play it with a level of reckless abandon, and the ability to be able to punish and push deep is certainly how we expect this pickup to be able to play. But Nuguri just didn't allow Doran any of that freedom around Summoner's Rift. And I think whilst this was a great pick ban, like DAMWON showed that they are good enough to deal with that. And then, even a nerf Philios looked really damn good at this game as it progressed.
Yeah, Valdez, as Spawn mentioned, in this game, there were a couple looks and a couple opportunities, it felt like, for DRX and, to wrestle control. We see here in the top lane an executed 3-man gank onto Nuguri to finally staunch the bleeding. But again, your assessment here, because if this is their best look, and then it all turns on a single team fight, which we'll see in just a few minutes, I mean, that's a scary thought for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spawn really hit the nail on the head. I think that Doran is, he just doesn't really stand to the test like some of these other top laners can from China. I think if we were seeing a 369 or a Bin on Jax, we would have seen a totally different game. Doran, in these team fights, yes, in the crazy one in the jungle, it looked okay, right? He picked up a couple kills, but he's doing absolutely zero in this one. I mean, it was a weak engage. DAMWON were just kind of like, it was like a cat baiting a mouse into a trap or something, just waiting to pounce. And they pounced at the exact right time. Doran didn't do anything. The Jax, even though it was a bit fed, for the rest of the game, did zero. And we're only kind of getting the highlights from the team fights. But again, the side lane pushing that Spawn was highlighting, very true as well. And it just felt like, even though it was a good pick ban, at the same time, you're still giving really good picks over the side of DAMWON as well. I mean, you give Showmakers TF, you give Graves again to Canyon, and Nuggery, I mean, is just going to play his Ornn for some more hard engage. And I don't know, it just didn't seem like, even if, you feel decently about your own draft, you're still giving a lot of good stuff over the side of DAMWON, and you're also not playing it as ideally as it could have been played.
Kobe, taking a look at that gold graph again, I mean, we see that 20 to 25 minute mark. That's where it started to look good for DRX. We're sitting in Discord saying, hey, maybe there is an answer, maybe there is an opportunity. And then again, you find that mid lane team fight 27 minutes in where it just seems like DAMWON is on another plane when it comes to their synergy and ability to execute.
And so many times too, DRX try and make something happen on the bottom side of the map. And I feel like for DAMWON, their bottom side is always the unsung hero. They don't get as much credit as the top side does because, DAMWON has such big stars in the top 3 players. But Ghost and Beryl, they continually got 2v2 advantages for themselves, and they continually turned around plays where they would evade something from DRX, and then we saw, Galio ultimate being used there for DRX to try and chase them down, try and get, some momentum to start stacking dragons, and yet they evade the Galio ultimate only to have TF come in, and then Showmaker's chasing you down, and you have the rest of DAMWON, coming out through to clean it up. So I also really think that was an important element to DAMWON's victories, was the bottom side being so strong.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I especially want to shout out Ghost because this is the one guy. I feel like we talk about the top side and then Beryl facilitating the top side play. And then it's like, well, a lot of people are like, well, who's the 5th member? You never talk about him. Ghost in this series, he died once per game. He had 9.1 CS per minute. And he had, so he was out CSing Deft, who we always talk about how great Deft is. He's doing an extra 120 damage per minute from Deft. Obviously, he's in a winning position, right? So it's a lot easier to have great stats. But what I want to kind of demonstrate through this is this is a guy that is starting to become a great team fighter in his own right and gets very low resources but is still able to fulfill his role in the team very well. And quite in years past when people would sleep on scaling 80 carries like Reckless, who was allowing Hylissang to roam all over the map, you do really have to say that Ghost is facilitating that playstyle in such a terrific way and still putting up great numbers from the 80 carry position.
Which is critical when they want to go with, hey, we're going to make DRX prove that we can't have, Nuggery just play Ornn topside and we're going to play tank and we are going to play scaling. You need to have that solidarity with your AD carry player.
Ghost, aptly named. And while I appreciate the fact that you want to highlight him, Spawn, it was actually Nuggery, so we're going back to the top side, who proved that every second counts by flashing in with an Ornn for a 2-man knockup, which turned the tides in DAMWON's favor. Right back into that 27-minute fight.
Yeah, and what I love about this fight is the fearlessness of the entirety of the DAMWON Gaming lineup to be able to follow up on that. He sees that play and he goes in a split second, but you can see the rest of the team is just right there behind him. Gets their summoner spell out. The 2 people without summoner spells knocked up. You saw him hit a 4-man knock up in the bottom side jungle as well on the Valdez replay that actually went in DRX's favor. And it just feels like it's so easy to get these kind of replays with Nuggery at the moment. It feels like he has 3 of them a game. The guy just sees things in team fights and is so it's because he plays tank so aggressively and is so far ahead of the rest of his team that he puts you in uncompromising positions where if you make that mistake, he is going to punish and capitalize. And my God, he is a very good team fighting top laner. Say what you used to about his old Klepto, Lane Kingdom style, forward percentage, all the stats we used to throw at you. This guy is just now a beast in the 5v5.
And he can do the solo carry as well. We haven't seen much of that, as I think Das was saying earlier, or Kobe maybe. But yeah, I mean, he's just a beast. He's crazy. And one thing I wanted to add, as you were talking about the team fighting, they just seem like one unit, right? And this is interesting that they do this against DRX and CV Max, because CV Max was always the guy with Griffin who was I want to have nobody talking. Everybody's just got to feel it and work together as a team. Well, now it feels like DAMWON have achieved that, and they do talk a little bit in the team fights, just for that little note, but it does feel like they are one when you watch them team fight, and they love those skirmishy team fights, right? They wait for the exact right moment. Everybody seems to be on the same page together. They all jump in together at the same time, and they look for those tiny little solo queue limit testing plays, but actually it's just really clean when it is DAMWON. So it's just really awesome team fighting every single time from them. And you'll get a ton of more highlights like that.
And we're going to head to a break in just a moment. Valdez, I want to give you one more opportunity to speak on DAMWON with this 3-0 victory. Most people are picking them for a finals appearance on their side of the bracket. Does this change your level of confidence in them? Has anything, are you feeling the same thing? You feeling like they've shown anything? Kobe says they weren't pushed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another summer final where over at the LCK we were like, oh. Well, it was really exciting because we saw just how strong DAMWON are. This one is like just another one on top of what we already know, right? I think we're not really going to see DAMWON tested until the final. Is it going to be Top Esports? I think that's the ideal final. I think Top Esports is a team that can push them to that level. And until then, I don't think we're going to see them push to a full best of 5 where they actually get tested. And for now, we're just going to keep calling them immortal until someone makes them bleed.
Yeah, I like that this was just checking on the LCK final. It was a 3-0, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah, definitely 3-0. Okay, yep. No problem. Just checking here one more time.
Just flip that coin one more time. Nope, still heads. Okay, great. All righty. Well, Valdez, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We do need to step away for just a moment. On the other side, Raz is going to be hopping in to finish up our review of this series and to look ahead at the games to come. More Worlds Cool Down after this.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm, where a wild Raz has appeared, and just in time to help us break down Game 3 of our series from tonight, DAMWON Gaming versus DRX. Raz, we're going to dive straight into game number 3, and I just want to hand the floor over to you. What were your impressions of the series, and then in particular, this third and final game?
Oh, man. I was...
Yep, yeah.
I like that one.
I will start with the positives. The positives were that DRX was always fighting. As in, like, they were always contesting for objectives, even at times for objectives that I wasn't too happy with, they could trade, but it felt like they... I'm trying my hardest, my man. But then I'm just going to go straight towards the negatives, which it felt like they were... First of all, they were picking comps that made it difficult for them to ever walk into objectives that DAMWON had. Like, if you have a Lulu or Kindred as a support jungle, a lot of the times, if you just don't have the pressure first, if you're not on objective initially, then you are just going to die on their engage on you. This third game, for me, was something similar, where it's better. You have Graves and Braum, but my biggest issue is that if DAMWON is ever on objective, they have millions of tools, the Ashe, the Pantheon, the Ornn, even if he ends up rotating, to then start the fight. And I felt like DAMWON throughout the entire series have shown that they are incredibly good with the vision that they set and how they can play around Fog of War. So I felt like DRX needed to play differently.
Yeah, and I think that kind of to hint at Raz's point, right? They have this like turret comp where you want the Vel'Koz in the center to be able to like stack up. They play range very well. But then you have 3 champions that do not want to play like that. Like, Braum Graves is like very scrappy brawler, river access.
Yeah.
Vlad is very flank heavy. And when the best engage you can pull together on a composition is Vlad probably flashing into a team fight and hoping he hits like a 3 or 4 person slow off a pull E, like, that to me just is not going to get it done against a team that is running Pantheon on. Like, anytime they want backline access, that duo will get backline access by just throwing Pantheon in there. And this support Pantheon that is like able to actually just give its life away to buy 3 seconds of like stationary CC is becoming such a problem for these turret comps to deal with. And I feel like that's what we saw in this game. There was that one jungle fight where it looks like it's all going wrong and they're just running into a trap, and then everyone's just there, and the fight turns on a dime again just because of how coordinated DAMWON is.
Yeah, I feel like the problem was DAMWON drafted themselves so many answers to any possibility of this working out. The only way I could have seen it, you know, go DRX's way is if they got the early lead with Vel'Koz pressuring Orianna with the extra range early on, forcing her to lose CS, forcing them to lose control of the mid lane, to then actually get these Graves, Braum pressure moves that you're talking about in action, you know, in the bottom side river. But if you're not able to do that, then you never get to set up your turrets of your Vel'Koz Senna with Braum trying to protect and break the Ornn ultimate engage, because you don't get priority to set your turret up first. And then your Vlad flank has no power. A Vlad trying to flank into a team that has the engage and has Kindred ult, you just get to the next stage of the test and you're like, oh, they already have the answer to our Vladimir ultimate before we even get to the point where we could actually set that up and pose it as a question to them and have it be a threat. It just felt so futile. You know, there's such an uphill battle with so many things you have to overcome in this area. And man, speaking of the Kindred, Canyon picked the Kindred against Pyosik and smashed him on his, you know, champion he's named after in the last one. Come on, in the second 3-0.
That's brutal. Raz?
Bad, man. Yeah, I wanted to just add in even just like the second aspect of it, because I know that we were talking about how it makes it difficult for a lot of these champions to kind of exist, like the Vel'Koz to exist trying to fight into an objective rather than just to sit on an objective and do his job. For me, another thing is also just the bottom lane from DRX, because a lot of the times the draft's being catered to the bottom lane to win out early, or at least have pressure early. I know that Spawn mentioned it beforehand, going into the break, was that Ghost and Beryl were just winning these matchups even when the drafts were going in favor of DRX. And if that's happening and Pyosik is literally building his entire path to end on bot side, and then he doesn't have pressure there. Like, not only is he not getting Scuttle Crab, so he's already on a deficit. It blew my mind when Canyon just slid in there with the Graves. I'm not even talking about Game 3, by the way. And just
the dash into Smite Steal Away Blue.
Yes! I was mad!
The jungle slap.
I was sad for him. I was like, please, bottom lane, you guys need to be doing your jobs.
Because I got disrespected so hard.
Because as much as we talk about the specific differences between the jungle matchup, like Pyosik versus Canyon, I do favor Canyon. Your lanes make your jungle look good. Like, you need your lanes to be playing well so your jungle has access to extra experience. And if he doesn't have access to his own camps that early on in the game, especially as a Kindred up against the Graves, like, it feels insanely bad. So I felt bad for Pyosik there when already it was the forecast was doom and gloom.
Yeah, without a doubt. And now, understanding it was a dominant 3-0 victory here for DAMWON over DRX and a run back of the LCK finals in that sense, I still do want to give a nod to DRX and their time here on the world stage before we say goodbye to them, Spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, they're such a fun team to watch, and like I do really think that they gave us some great games. Also, like you just if you're a League of Legends fan, your heart has to bleed a little bit for Deft, right? At this point, like he's just publicly said so many times, like he's going to be the next Uzi. I could just feel it. Like we're gonna get a retirement in the next probably 16 months or something like that, and he's probably not going to won one. And like as a League of Legends fan, like. That is such a heartbreaking moment because this guy has been so damn good consistently. And I feel like he deserves to win one, but it's heartbreaking to watch them play against a team that is as good as DAMWON because it looks like he's running out of answers.
On a little bit of a lighter note, I would say that there is a bright future, I feel like, for Kyria, as well as Pyosik. I mean, those are two extremely young players, and they did have their ups and downs throughout the year. But with a lot of people focusing on those downs and on those negatives that did come through, remember that they are still extremely young, and they showed some peak performances that were extremely aggressive. They were extremely skilled from both of them. So I think there are definite things towards the future to look forward to as well.
World stage quarterfinals. That's quite an accolade in and of itself. So we'll wait to see what 21 has in store for a bunch of these players. Now, before we look ahead at tomorrow's games, let's hear from Lore, who caught up with DAMWON's Nuguri after their win.
Thank you very much, Dash. Law here, and in the end, the LCK finals, all the world stage make no difference for DAMWON as they take down DRX with a 3-0 once again. And Nuguri, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an insane journey for DAMWON this year, from going to 4th place in the LCK to becoming one of the strongest teams in the tournament and the LCK, while having to fight health issues as you were getting ready for the world stage. Tell me about the success so far and the challenges you've been throughout the year.
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 올해 담원이 보여준 행보가 정말 눈이 부신 것 같습니다. 4위였던 적도 있지만 결국에는 우승도 거머쥐고 지금은 또 이제 강력한 우승 후보로 자리매김하셨는데 사실 그런 과정 속에 있어서 이제 또 건강적인 이슈도 있었잖아요. 어떤 식으로 그 과정을 걸쳐 오신 건지.
제가요?
네, 그 여정.
사실 제가 수술한 이제 병명 이름이 이제 기흉인데 이게 좀 움직이거나 이럴 때 좀 불편하고 하지만 이제 앉아 있을 때는 비교적 괜찮거든요. 그래서 게임할 때 사실 저도 잘 몰랐어요. 그래가지고 그냥 결승전 할 때도 그냥 괜찮았고 수술한 그 입원할 때는 조금 아팠는데 그냥 퇴원하고 나서 그냥 그렇게 그렇게 복잡한 수술은 아니었던 것 같아가지고 그냥 좀 뭐라 해야 되죠? 그냥 자연스럽게 그냥 완쾌된 것 같아요.
Yeah, so I had collapsed lung, but well, it actually didn't hurt when I was sitting down and playing computer games, so I wasn't aware of it. But yeah, so it hurt a little bit when I was going through a surgery and staying in hospital, but it didn't really hurt that much. And then when I got released, I felt super comfortable, so it was all okay.
I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you very much for confirming. Last year, your Worlds run ended in quarterfinals, but this year you get to advance to semifinals. So how much stronger do you feel compared to last year and also compared to the other teams in the competition?
네, 작년에는 8강까지가 담원의 여정이었다고 하면 이번에는 이제 4강에 진출하셨잖아요. 작년에 비해서 얼마나 더 강하다고 느끼시는지 또 다른 팀들에 비해서 담원이 더 얼마나 강하다고 생각하시나요?
작년과는 저는 좀 비교를 할 수 없을 만큼 좀 강해졌다고 생각하고 두 번째는 뭐죠? 다른
팀들과 비교했을 때 지금.
사실 저희가 이제 G2 젠지 이 같은 뭐라 해야 되죠? 같은 쪽에 있는 반대쪽이나 다 그냥 다 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 거의 다 비슷하지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
So I think we got a lot more stronger compared to last year. I mean, it's even hard to compare to last year because we've gotten so much stronger. And I think we are all on a similar level. For example, we're with Gen G and G2 in the same bracket, but I believe all the teams are now at a similar skill level.
That's very interesting to hear. We have very strong contenders this year. But okay, looking at the semifinals now, you will either face Gen G or get the rematch against G2. What do you think about this matchup? And do you want to get the revenge against G2?
네, 그럼 4강에 젠지를 만날 수도 있고 G2를 만나서 복수할 수도 있거든요. 어떤 식으로 예상하시는지 혹시 복수를 원하시나요?
저는 둘 다 무서워가지고 저희 팀에 G2한테 이제 작년에 좀 복수를 하고 싶은 선수들이 많은 것 같더라고요. 저도 그래서 팀원 따라서 G2로 가겠습니다.
So, well, actually, both teams look super scary, but I believe a lot of players on the side of DAMWON Gaming wants their revenge. So I'm gonna follow my teammates, and I want that revenge.
All right, let's see if we get that revenge matchup. But Nuguri, 감사합니다 for the interview. Congratulations for advancing on semifinals. And Jason, thank you very much for the translation, as always. And back to you, Dash.
Thank you very much, Laura. Nuguri's got G2 in his sights for that semifinal. Of course, G2's going to have to get through Gen G in order to get it. Yeah, I think that's what almost all League fans are hoping for in this moment. But before we get to that G2 and Gen G matchup, which comes later in the week, we got to get through tomorrow's best of 5. And it's another big one, Suning versus JD Gaming. Again, I will continue to reference Lyric, who said this was the matchup we wanted all year long in the LPL, and we're getting it here on the world stage, Raz.
This was the banger I was looking forward to. Like, when I'm looking back at the last time I've watched them play, week 2 in the regular season, because you only get that one best of round robin, and I've seen Suning greatly improve from the beginning of the split to the end of the split, where they were on that that win streak that they had, especially through their top lane. Bin has been a madman. I felt like, sure, he's been really good in the regular season. He fell off a little bit in the playoffs, but he has been running roughshod in Group A. I really want to see Bin versus Zoom.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Raz. Like, you can say he's been playing well, but you got to remember that there's kind of the big 2 top laners in the LPL, you know, 369 and Zoom. And historically, that has been the hierarchy. You got to put those 2 guys at the top, and everyone else has kind of been a little bit below them. And I agree with you. I think Bin is such an intelligent and skillful player. He plays on that edge of kind of craziness versus being able to pick up good reward for his skill. I think that he's starting to play well around SOFM as well. He's incorporating in more of those plays. But a little part of me still just think, I think Zoom's still maybe the best top laner in the world, depending on who you talk to. And this is a guy that is not going to be easy to go through.
I feel like Zoom chooses his moments super well too, is one of the big things, which goes underappreciated for top laners because it is a solo lane and because everybody looks at the 1v1.
Yeah, I love that the replay here showed the GP play because that's literally what made the name for both Zoom and Bin in International. That GP flank in some way. I do want to make a point of there are a few players in League of Legends that you give green lights to. Their coach just says, what do you want to pick? Just run wild. I have full faith in you. After what we've been seeing from Bin,
you give him the card?
Yeah, you give him the green light.
All righty.
The light's on. What do you want to pick? Aurelia? All right, we drafted for Aurelia, my man. I think that's something that I want to see because it gives them a different aspect of their team. That it isn't all about SOFM. You can throw it in towards Bin's hand and he will give it to you.
And I love that you brought it up, Rez, because I was actually going to bring up a similar point, but because I'm in such a negative mood today, it was going to be on the flip side, is you also have to take that freedom off some players, and Kanavi had the freedom to play whatever he wanted during the regular season, and I think he's been a massive disappointment so far at Worlds. He's been running around on things like Silas Jungle and stuff. I haven't been impressed so far. He's going up against SOFM. This might be the first series ever where Kanavi is going to be reined in on the side of JD Gaming. I mean, that to me is the matchup where you got to be favoring SOFM in this head-to-head.
I was gonna say, Raz, what would make you take a player's green light away? How many ints do they have to have before you sit them down for the talk?
After the first 2 ins, you gotta be like,
okay,
all right,
you get 2. You get 2. 2 games.
because first one you're like, you get 1 game, that's fine. All right, we all have 1 game. Second game, you're like, this is turning consistent, my man. It's a bit much. My only concern is if you pull the reins on the man, guess what? He is literally what's got you here to begin with. That's your identity as a team. That's my concern.
I will also say for JDG, while I think the focus is rightfully so on jungle, on top lane, I think Yagao has pleasantly surprised me. He has shown extra versatility here. That Echo counter pick and then playing the side lanes really well with it. I think that's critical to be able to have that, to go into the Syndra, have that threat, but then still show the classic Zoe, still show the TF meta. I think that puts JDG right now in a really good spot, even with so much focus being on the fireworks that should take place topside.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing is that both these teams have unlocked supports. Like, realistically, bottom lane's going to be a solo lane this series as well. Like, I fully expect Huanfeng to just farm up to teamfight status. I fully expect Loken to do the same. And we already talked about Lumao. Sword Art has been the same for years when he's been playing in the LMS, and it hasn't changed since he's translated over to the LPLs either. These are 2 supports that will get up, and they will just leave, and they will go set up objectives, and they will play the map very well. And I think that's why people are really excited about this best of 5. And that's why I think this one goes the distance to, probably all 5 games, because I do think stylistically, this is a really, really exciting matchup to be able to watch.
Both of these are stellar teams, no doubt. But coming into the tournament, there was really only one 2 seed or pool 2 from a region that was being talked about as a possible finals contender up against Top Esports or DAMWON, and that was JDG. So I'm curious, based on group stages and knowing that the 3 of you have all already made or submitted your pick'ems, I just kind of want to go down the line. Spawn already called the 3-2, but he didn't say which way he wanted it to go. What are our feelings here in the way that this series is going to develop? Raz, I'll start with you, and then we'll just go down the line.
I always give it to the consistent team, the team that's done it throughout the year. I'll make it quick. JD for me. JD.
Do you think that this has the potential to go 5 games as well, or do you think that they'll
sure.
Okay. That's what I like to hear.
JD's done it in both spring and summer, or at least in spring for sure. So yeah, it will go the distance.
I'm gonna jump in right after Raz because I'm not buying Jake's. Kanavi's gonna get pushed in here. This is gonna be the collapse of Kanavi either. I really don't see him going out like that. So I also put JDG in mine. I had it at a 3-1, though I would rather see a 3-2. Especially after today's 3-0, which was a 3-0 that we had already seen before. I definitely am hoping, for as many games as we can get.
All right, Spawn 3-2, but which way?
Yeah, I'm going with Suning. I think I covered it kind of as well when I was talking to Mark and Travis on the other show. I was just
nobody
sitting
watches
there.
that show, bro. You're gonna
no one watches that anyway. So I'll briefly recap. So I'm just sitting there and I'm looking at how these teams match up, and I just think that Sword Art's had a stellar tournament so far. I do really rate Lumao, but I think Sword Art has just that experience. And then, I don't know, I get these hunches sometimes, and the good news for JD is that these hunches are always wrong. Yeah. But I always trust my gut.
Hunch was like Genji was going out in groups, and they were going to be super weak.
Correct. My hunches suck. So, don't listen to my hunches. But there's a feeling about Kanavi. I think that SOFM has shown more than him so far this tournament, and I'm looking forward to seeing SOFM play the matchup really well.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiment of SOFM being a real commander on the team. Anything that he goes for, he rallies the team around it. Scuttle Crabs, give it to me. Yankos is in my Raptors. You were collapsing on the man. It's good to see that from him.
I want all 5 games. That's all I care about, all 5 games. Now, before we call it a day, let's jump into our World's Honors for the day, where we give a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. And Raz, we're starting with you.
I have to give it to Deft for the same reasons that we kind of talked about. Look,
you just broke Spawn's heart. You just broke Spawn's heart.
I was sad when he had that deep discussion about Deft in his career, because I was like, shit, he's not gonna love this. Tears are gonna be coming down his eyes, because he has had a good tournament. He has had a great one, and a lot of the times the ending of a tournament clouds people's judgment on how the journey was. I felt really strongly about how the summer split was and how Deft was an insanely strong AD carry. And remember, his career has been how good Deft has been. And it's always Deft and X person in the LCK that you would put him in the conversation. When he was on EDG, it was Deft and X person and Uzi. So like that longevity is always there, which I really hope that he continues to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I have an EDG jacket that's signed by Deft, and every single time I go into a grand final...
Nice brag.
Subtle flex, yeah, subtle flex there.
I put it on the back of my 80 carries chair, and I say, if you win me a grand final, you get me to MSI Worlds or something, I'll give you this jacket.
Ooh.
And like the look on 80 carries' faces when you offer them something that has been signed by Deft, because like that's the level of this guy. Like, everyone loves him. Everyone that plays that role, Ruler and Def videos only. Like, I guarantee it. Like, that's what they're checking out. And like, for me, for 6 years, this guy's been in the conversation with, like, as Raz says.
Only?
So,
You're cutting Uzi out like that?
No, it's like the conversation. Like, it's well, do you like, honestly, Raz, does your teammates watch Uzi VODs, or do they sit there and watch Ruler and Def VODs? Like, genuine question. I know Vic used to watch Ruler and Def VODs when he was on my team.
Ruler for sure, and Deft. It's mostly for the access though. If they find Uzi VODs, they clutter to him, but it's difficult.
Kobe's not sold. Kobe's like, what's going on here?
Well, I remember, I don't know, it was like 3 or 4 years ago, but Double F definitely was gushing about some Uzi VODs. So there are definitely...
I think for sure, if there are more Uzi VODs and it was more accessible and they didn't have to go to Bilibili or another website, then they would for sure go to those websites.
I mean, we're arguing peanuts here. These are 3 of the best 80 carries all time in League of Legends, and then we're just blessed to be able to watch all of them play out there on the Rift. Well, Spawn, given that Deft was already taken by Raz, who would you like to throw in honors towards?
Yeah, I'm going to go towards the top lane. I think I've talked about him for about 90% of my airtime tonight, so why change now? Like, give Noguri the honors up there. Because this is a guy that plays tanks like he plays carries. Like, and like, it just blows my mind that is how impactful and effective he is when he plays these picks. He wins lanes in matchups that he shouldn't be able to. He's able to coast, it seems, at certain parts of the game. And I honestly think that he is probably one of the scariest players, with Knight being the other one, left at the tournament. Because it's very rare that you see a player have so many like facets to their game. Great laning, great team fighting, like, you know, flawless macro, the ability to come off flanks, the ability to frontline. And Noguri, to me, in the last year has matured. Like, he was already great, but like, he has just matured out of this world for me. I love to see players grow in the way that he has.
All right, Kobe, close us out with your honor.
All right, I have got to go with Canyon, because coming into this tournament, I saw so many lists that were literally all 3 LPL junglers as top junglers in the world coming into this tournament. And then people maybe had Canyon, maybe had Jankos. And I just... Canyon, he's so good at extracting the maximum with the strong lanes. Yes, everybody's going to point to DAMWON and their good matchups and their good lanes, and it does make jungling easier. But Canyon is not someone that rests on his laurels, that farms his own camps when there is an opportunity to go extract something more from your opponents. And that's what I like to see. And he has performed really well so far this tournament. So, you know, big props to Canyon. He gets my honors.
Big honors to all 3 of those guys. But now let's take a look at our Worlds bracket after today. One of our quarterfinal teams already qualified through, and of course that's DAMWON Gaming in 3-0 fashion here over DRX on the bottom side of the bracket. They await the winner of Gen G versus G2 Esports. Of course, we already heard Nuguri call it out. The teammates are hoping for that G2 rematch, and I think a lot of fans at home are hoping for the same. Top side of the bracket, of course, tomorrow is Suning against JD Gaming, the match that we just previewed. I'm happy to report that even on this little desk here, we do have a difference in opinion of how that one will go, and generally that says to me that we are in for a competitive one. And then, of course, the final best of 5 to play out would be Top Esports, one of the tournament favorites, up against Fnatic, who's going to try and do the impossible.
What I love about tomorrow's game is the fact that we see like different styles. DAMWON and DRX, that game was, at least from DRX perspective, like, let's not make a mistake when we're far behind, and we'll find an opportunity. Sad thing is they never did. But for Suning and JD, if a team is behind, they will claw their way back in. expect some muckiness. Expect some gameplay. If the team is in a deficit, they will hard fight to find a way back in. And so people will call them throws here and there, but that's what you got to do to get back into the series.
There's going to be a whole lot of fight tomorrow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here on Worlds Cool Down today. So for myself, the casters, the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Worlds.